Go ahead.
All right. So last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we start? Where did we begin last time we were here? It was the start of last episode.
With the fleet, what was it? The 202nd and the 301st.
Mm-hmm. So 202nd Airborne, talking with Speaker Renke and Captain Ranseur, and figuring out kind of a bunch of little miscellaneous things, a lot of questions you guys had between sessions, but also answering a bunch of stuff that you guys kind of thought up, I think, either at the table or between times. Was there anything that you guys feel is especially relevant to what we're going to be talking about today, like kind of where we are now from the conversation with Renke and Ranseur? Crickets.
It felt like a lot of it didn't directly relate to our decision to go into the city as opposed to go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But we got the names of all the ships and their catechisms.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
I was also trying to think, what specifically did they say about the city? I know they didn't say a ton, but I thought they said a bit.
Well, like we had learned, but I think this was the session before that even, we had learned a little bit about just like what the Alandari are. Like we didn't know that they were a people. And they theoretically inhabit the city, so that is why we were going to go talk to them.
Although we later learned that they're like not even really there.
Mm-hmm. Or possibly the golem misunderstood what we were saying, but we didn't make our way to them.
Well, Hercatur also said that the Alandar we were looking for wasn't there.
Okay.
Well, so the specifics is when you got there and you started talking to the golem, it told you the broker was not there. That doesn't mean there was no Alandari in the fortress. Just means specifically the broker was not there.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Like we thought we were asking about, I think there are different types of Alandari. We thought we were just asking for like any Alandari, but then I remember after session, Gary, you were saying because we used like a wild's power essentially to attract the golem, it was assuming that we were looking for wild's specific things.
Right. So I gave a little bit of a DM hand tip kind of at the end of session that the way that you got the attention of the golem and the way the golem talked to you, you used power, you used primal power, and the golem associated you with primal power and said, okay, well, the Alandari that you would need to talk to isn't here right now. I don't know what else you need. And kind of giving you that, wasn't sure what it is you wanted to do. And then you guys kind of went with, well, is there anyone else that we can talk to? So since we're kind of jumping a little bit ahead from the conversation with Ranseur and Renke, you guys fly to Antio Garish, the city, and head down into the city and find this golem. So what is this golem's deal, since we're still sort of in recap here?
He's a bank teller.
Not this guy.
Oh, the golem, right. He seems like he's just there to like assist.
It's a construct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So he's a big Alandari construct.
Yeah, I assumed that he was just kind of like a steward.
Mm-hmm.
And we asked for directions, and he gave us directions when he realized that we wanted to harm any of the inhabitants or attack anybody, or because of Drock, we had business in the vault.
Mm-hmm. And so the golem agrees to take you to the vault because you want to find someone else to talk to, and takes you down to the vault with Hercatur. Make sure that moving the correct map real quick. I should have shown this map previously, but forgot to switch you guys over. So this is what the vault looks like. And you guys would have been down here in this bottom middle place. So he takes you down to the vaults and introduces you to Hercator. So who is that guy and what's his deal?
He's
So-
the bank teller.
Yeah, and he's also a construct.
Mhm.
And
Also, a
like,
very trustworthy businessman.
did we decide, is he also a kind of Alandari? He is, right? Or we're not totally sure.
I think he said he would not call himself an Alandari, but he could see why other people would call him an Alandari.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
And what was he doing? Because he talked about not just other people. He said in certain cultures I'm called that, but he has something that he's doing when you're asking him things that he kind of needs to reference information on. What does he do?
Oh, he's got his little wheel that's like a knowledge base for like cross-cultural communication.
Mm-hmm. So you get to talk to our bank teller, and of course have like a quick, in and out 5-minute conversation because the bank teller, like, how much time could a Dungeons and Dragons campaign spend at a bank?
This
We
is
learn
like
about
the most knowledgeable person we've ever talked to. With no agenda.
And he has an agenda.
Oh, he definitely has an agenda.
Yeah, but his agenda is like, get his spreadsheets right.
Correct. Which you guys actually do help with that process.
Mm-hmm.
And we get preferred status at the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Get your metallic credit card.
Mm-hmm.
So Drock reactivated the summer account, right?
Yeah.
So that account is now active.
Mm-hmm.
Did the winter account also get activated as a result?
I don't think we asked.
I thought something was said about that, though. One can't be active without the other. Something about balance.
Well, they had to be equal. They had to have the same number of souls in them.
I think they were actually. So I think he said winter was inactive and summer was only recently like reactivated, which I'm guessing is because of us, something to do with Clotho. But it wasn't that they both need to be active or inactive, like the same status. It was more like they need to have the same. They need to have the same balance or something, and there was an imbalance.
Well, but that's why we moved the souls around. But I thought they also he also mentioned something about if one was active, the other should be. Maybe I'm misremembering that.
No.
You're not misremembering it, Drock. Don't be so hard on yourself.
My memory is hit and miss on the best of days.
So
Oh, go ahead.
So the Hercator does call those accounts something different than the others, right?
Founding
Yeah, specific-
accounts, weren't they?
Yeah.
Foundational.
Foundational.
Foundational accounts, correct. And there was an imbalance in one of the foundational accounts, which causes him some problems. And what did you guys do to help him out there?
Oh, we just casually moved around 10,000 souls.
We took
Yeah,
it from Zlacthuriel's account, right?
Right.
Mhm.
So we were able to access a few different lines of credit, but that was the one we felt best about messing with.
Okay, so this is the reason that I think the winter account is not active currently, because the reason that Hercator liked that we moved the souls from Zlacthuriel's account to the winter account is that now the 11,000 souls that are missing from the whole system are tied to an active account as opposed to
Yeah.
being tied to an inactive account.
You're right. I remember that.
Correct.
And presumably an active account can put in 11,000 souls.
Right.
But I thought we also partially activated the summer account.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
did.
think you definitely did.
I'm trying to use the term "we" here for when trouble comes out of this. You guys like,
No,
yes,
you
you
did.
did.
You, the Summer Knight, the agent of summer.
The royal you.
Exactly.
So yeah, you guys spent a lot of time talking to Hercator about different things, but was there anything that you guys felt was especially noteworthy from the conversation that you guys would like to kind of bring back up?
I mean, we asked about basically every important person we've ever heard of and if they have an account, and they pretty much all did. We
Ripple
learned
had a religious crisis.
yes. That was kind of like the big thing at the end.
Mhm.
I asked about Saint Tythan, and Hercator didn't understand. Oh, because we were asking about the adversary, and he didn't understand that. But Saint Tythan computed with his wheel, and he said that that was like the one person who was banned from using the bank.
The non-account
Just-
holder.
It's crossed my mind that we have never asked for a more effective way to address the adversary. No,
Well,
no one.
I mean, like everyone we've talked to. Okay, I keep saying this. You guys keep saying I'm wrong, but a lot of people we've talked to do not seem that the adversary is a big deal, or like they think it's like not like a single entity. You know, like it's kind of. I think it's, as far as we can tell, like does not have a unifying name.
Even on the song, by the way, this is an interesting thing from forever ago. They cast the malediction on what she perceived as quote unquote the adversary, but clearly that was not him. Or maybe it was him.
Or there aren't souls associated with the adversary.
Also a banger thought.
Because there were 3 accounts in escrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they corresponded to the 3
Maledictions.
maledictions. And wasn't one of them had like no souls in it?
No, all three of the reserved escrow parts of the account had a significant quantity of souls in it.
Okay.
And there have been 4 castings of the malediction on record.
Oh, but only 3 escrows.
Oh, that's what it was. Right.
Okay, interesting. But so we learned about the non-account holder, kind of like the things that had happened to get them banned, and so they had impersonated Dalseth, and that's where the souls from the Winter Court went. That's where the imbalance came from.
I think it was actually Dalseth, though. It wasn't an impersonator.
But I thought real Dalseth is like missing in action, and it's impersonator Dalseth who's the one that we fought and is a bad guy.
Maybe this is, peering too far ahead into the future with the vision that we're going to get. But Dalseth in the one shot said that he broke his codes and betrayed Clotho, and that's what let the adversary in. And I thought that act of betrayal was illicitly accessing the vaults and withdrawing.
I think there's only one Dalseth.
But like the Dalseth
But-
that we killed wasn't like Dalseth.
Well, it was probably Dalseth, but it was adversary Dalseth. So it's also just everyone.
Hmm.
So
That makes
you
sense.
guys got information? Who actually was Dalseth, or rather, what was he?
He was a Winter Knight.
He was Clotho's boyfriend.
Correct on both accounts.
Drock's other.
And this all went down like 10,000 years ago.
Mhm.
Did you guys know or find out why he accessed the account and what he used the souls for?
No.
Nope.
Because, I mean, we just kind of accessed an account and took out a whole bunch of souls, just saying.
But
Not for the adversary, though.
the withdrawal, the withdrawal was, I think, unauthorized, but also left an imbalance in like the whole system,
Okay.
as opposed to just like moving money around or souls around.
Yeah, because normally it's like you move a soul from one account to another to like pay somebody to do something. Well, but we were told we could withdraw souls if we have a thing to put them in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we had 4 souls with us.
Right, from Dalseth. So he could have just taken those and like that wouldn't be so outside the norm, maybe.
Like
We
all
should
the
have put
things are correct.
those. We
There
could have put
is an
those in
unusual
Slack
thing
Thuriel's
there.
account, and our overarching quest is just to get the 11,000 souls back.
Because that is one of the questions, right? Of like, is Hercator says he did something that is not right. So the withdrawal was somehow wrong. But you guys did not really get information on what that really means.
Mhm.
That withdrawal was also the second illicit access to the
Correct.
vaults,
Right.
with the first being access to the Vault of Io.
Mhm. And that was
Correct.
like 500 years before that ish.
Correct. So the vault has some special rules in place that are created after those 2 points, and the non-account holder, that is what Hercator calls the adversary, has caused it to change some of the ways that it does things. So you guys asked about a bunch of different people, had a bunch of different questions and things that needed to get done. But eventually you guys had, well, actually kind of at the beginning of the conversation that ended up kind of wrapping up near the end, you guys were asking him about the broker. What did he say about the broker? Who's the broker? What did you do with Hercator for the broker?
So Hercator was hesitant to let us use essentially the lobby to travel to meet the broker, unless we agreed to reach a deal with him. And we did not want to do that. So we leveraged the soul transfer as like getting a favor. So now we can meet the broker without having to make a deal.
Correct. Basically, the idea of the concierge at the high-end establishment. You have done something at the establishment, so he can now help you out with complimentary type things.
And we also learned that Ayari had made a deal with the broker.
Mm-hmm.
Ayari, Echo, Bastion, Rosalind, and Margot Turi were the 5 most recent transactions in the vaults as well. Presumably because of their transaction with the broker.
Right. And we do know, we do know the name Margot Turi, right? We know that she's the one who left the recording.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which I think that partially informed your all's not wanting to really make a treaty with Hercator in order to go and be bound to that idea that you would make a deal with the broker. You transferred some of the souls. You made the imbalance a thing, not an old record, but a current imbalance on an active account, which might actually be recoverable at some point. And what from there?
So then we went to the broker, and
We have not gone to the broker yet.
We went to the broker's vault.
We went to the tower that the broker is in.
Yeah,
which
we entered the wilds.
We recognized as the wilds, yes. Oh, also, I want to throw in that we did confirm that Aegis is a part of Io's line, so definitely a dragon.
I feel like we have confirmed that Aegis is a dragon is going to be one of the recurring themes.
Despite him saying he is not a dragon.
He didn't exactly say I'm not a dragon. I said I've met someone like you before, a dragon, and he was like, "You've not met anyone like me." But he also was incredulous that there were any dragons that were sentient left.
Is he sentient?
Aegis?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So maybe any other sentient dragons? Question mark.
So, you guys use the lobby, head to the wilds, and we ended last session as you guys were heading up the tunnel that would lead you it's at the base of this tower, would lead you up into the tower itself. Do you all remember what what Hercator said about where the broker is located?
Higher in the tower in the keep.
So letting you know that he's located in sort of a cavern, but it's high up. It's in order to get to the cavern, you have to go high up in the tower to get there. So, does anyone else have anything they want to do for a recap before we go ahead and get started for today?
It's still the 5th, right? Or no, the 10th. It's still the 10th, right?
It is whatever day you guys left on. It's not changed. I have a lot of other stuff that I'm doing. I don't tend to keep track of the day like at the beginning of session, although I think it's an amazing thing to do.
Start date 10/5/1385.
0.4.
So, yeah, I've not heard anything else about wanting other questions. So let's go ahead and get started. So you guys head down this long, dark, sort of cavernous hallway. And then you see a set of stairs leading up on the far side. The area is dark, but there is a little bit of bioluminescence. So the dark light that you guys cast from last session is still there. It's still present, still functional. It's not 100% required here. And as you kind of get to the bottom of the steps, there is this yellow and orange light that is coming from the top of the steps. That makes it to where it's less mandatory that you have these things with you. And as you kind of ascend these stone stairs, you get to an intersection. The hallway here, it goes forward and it goes to your left. As you sort of step onto this area, the stone sort of rough hewn cavern floor with these very rough cut steps in them changes instantly, like from one step to the next, to being these heavy stone tiles. They look worn and battered. Some of them have little chips or breaks in them, but this definitely does look like the inside of a building rather than the inside of a cave, which is more what the place that you left feels more like. And ahead of you guys, you see there is this that light is coming through. Huh?
Did you mean to move us over to a map that we're supposed to see?
I should have moved you to splash screen.
Cool. Okay.
So that is what is at the end of the hallway going straight, which gives off this sort of ambient orangish yellow light. The hallway does go, and it seems to end in a very small room at the end of the hallway. There are these lanterns and lights that are hanging or floating nearby, and you can see that they look like they, at one point, or maybe you can change them to give off a large amount of light, but they give a fairly muted amount of light for the size of sort of lanterns that they are. To your left, down the hallway, there is, again, looks more like a interior building, but there's a long hallway with rubble and debris and things strewn throughout. And you can see that it goes on for a pretty significant way. There's blue and white and yellow lights, a few greenish colored lights down the hallway, some flickering happening as something seems to be short-circuiting. But down the hallway to your left, there are many, many doors and many broken things. As you guys pass through that, step onto the landing, right? Onto the part that is more worked than anything else. You notice one of your number looks a little strange. And for a second, there is this sort of yellow and orangish light that wraps around Drock. And then you see these huge green and yellow coils start to wrap around his body and constrict and pull from every way. And you see this sort of illusory like cord of many, many ropes or vines or coils start to grip him tightly. Drock, make a DC 31 endurance check, please.
Sorry, one sec. Don't have my thing open, so. $30. So close.
That's not be that bad. So Drock takes 4 points of poison damage as this, whatever this thing is, starts to constrict and wrap and press into him. And you see his body sort of tense up. Drock, did you see the message I sent you?
I did.
That's what you get.
Am I able to speak back psychically, or is this not really something I would know how to respond to yet?
Not sure. But you can see, like, everyone kind of pauses for a moment. You see Drock is fighting with something and sort of cringing, like he's like something really loud is echoing around.
I'll say out loud, what imbalance do you speak of?
So you made a really good check the first time. So let me look at something. So it's only a DC 22 endurance for the second one.
Come on.
He's back, baby.
Go back to sleep.
One good roll.
I knew you'd be back someday.
12 points of poison damage and lose a healing surge, please.
Jeez.
So from your all's perspective, you can see what looks to be this illusory thing is sort of crushing Drock slowly. His ears have little trickles of blood coming out of them.
Can we see like any like source of where the tendrils are coming from, or is it just exclusively wrapped around him?
It just seems to be wrapped around him. There doesn't seem to be a source to it.
I'll say out loud, how do I assist in getting your essence back?
So when you do that, one more endurance check, DC 16.
Time for a 1.
There you go. So when you do that, the kind of things loosen slightly. You feel as some of those cords or coils around you sort of change and chafe against you. And you get this image, an image in your head that shows this great shining golden light. And there is this sort of sickly green pallor around it that sort of halos around the golden light. And you see the light being pulled away, kind of like it's draining through a tiny little drain. And you see it being pulled through to someplace else, a place that looks drab and plain. It has forests and things that, to you, without sort of seeing this as a vision, looks more normal. But from the perspective that you're being shown, this place is sort of barely living. This is like scraping an edge off of the tiniest morsels of life. And then pulled through that place to a place of darkness, place of death and unlife, this sort of unholy mirror that is slowly feeding away, and the golden light that is going from the top, from the first place, through the second place and into the third place is basically being corroded and broken away once it arrives at the third place.
Wait, hold up. What are these places? Is this something we're seeing?
This is something that only Drock sees. I didn't want to pull him
okay.
into the panel because I don't want to force Drock to try to explain all of that.
Okay.
Whereas the individual things that I messaged him, he can explain or not explain those to his heart content.
I figure once we're through this, I can kind of give a recap.
If we get through this.
With my rolls, 50-50.
So what do you do?
I don't know, I'm thinking. So he's basically showing, like, his essence is being siphoned away and being lost to another area. I'll ask again, how do we break the spell?
So shows an image of that dark place down below and shows bright flashes of golden light until the drain closes up and the pull from the night stops.
Is there enough information in this to actually know where that's located?
You don't think so? Well, specifically no, vaguely yes.
Does it look like it's in this same plane of existence or plane of where we are?
It does not.
Okay.
So doing a check for you real quick. I need your token. Drock. So you have no idea what this thing is talking about. No additional information beyond what, JP can figure out from my description.
Oh, great. Perfect.
But it seems like the reacting to it and asking questions and engaging with whatever this thing is, the coils that are around you are no longer constricting. They're no longer like trying to grab and crush you. They're still there, but they're not actively attacking you anymore.
Okay.
Am I able to like psionically eavesdrop or see if I can get a sense of where this is coming from?
Go ahead and make me an Arcana check. I'm trying to pull characters back out. If you guys get your tokens out so I can use them if need be. Also, Morin, you guys need to heal that. You need to be full health for today.
Yeah, I forgot to do that. You're saying take damage. I'm like, crap, I have to heal first.
Also, I don't think, I'm like 99% sure that one's health is wrong.
Yeah, it's totally wrong. I don't know why. I feel like every time I pull my token out, it reverts to like some earlier token. Okay.
And where is Griffin? All right. So hook me up with an Arcana check to try to tap into whatever's happening here.
30.
So from your perspective, there is some sort of presence around Drock, but it is neither psionic nor magical.
Okay.
Or rather, neither psionic nor arcane, I should say.
So I'm guessing it's primal.
Yeah, I want to ask, what is your name?
Oops, can't type.
It's a very dangerous question to ask.
That's fair, guys. Yeah. You have shown me visions of where these things are, but I do not know these areas. Are you able to elaborate further on how we can assist?
Why? Why does this not work? It's so frustrating.
That's what I think every time I roll, Gary. Welcome to my reality.
For whatever reason, it doesn't like caps lock when sending private messages.
It doesn't want you yelling at people.
Yeah.
I'll respond. I can attempt to, but may not have enough information to go on.
So when that message comes that everyone can see that the kind of coils around him that were relaxed for a second start to tighten back up, start to constrict back in.
Oh, Gary. Thinking this early in the session.
I like how you changed from like day, campaign, session.
I know, my brain is not all there today. Yeah. I'll respond and say, strength and knowledge are two separate things. Do not judge one from the other.
Endurance check, please.
Yay.
DC 31. So another 6 points of poison damage as the things kind of crush and crunch around you. You can see, everyone else can start to see that the coils that have grabbed him that are crushing in on all sides, they're starting to look more real, less illusory. And as they become real, they look strange, like they're covered and coated in something. Like these are small, that the illusion or whatever this image is much larger than what you can see around him. And you can see big clumps of what looks like seaweed covering sections of the coils. So what is everyone else doing while Drak is sort of fighting against this presence? So Drak, I'm going to give you a second and then go to them.
Is this your force primeval with which you have made a pact? I say to filibuster in one.
I shrug.
I mean, like, it's not doing anything to me. It's not doing anything to you.
Yes, this seems to be a perk of summer knighthood.
Perk.
What is Griffle doing as Drak is apparently struggling with whatever this thing is?
Griffle is cleaning up the cat vomit while the dog has a panic attack.
Right.
So, if I'm seeing him being like physically restrained, I'm thinking that what I want to do is maybe like, because like Griffle's kind of, despite seeing all this magical stuff, Griffle's still kind of like, yeah, strength, you know, like I'm gonna punch a thing, like I'm Marshall. Can I like athletics check try and like help him get out of these bonds?
Sure. You try to grab hold of them?
Yeah.
I assume you're not at the computer would like for me to make
I am not currently. We've had a bit of a catastrophe. I'm really sorry.
It's all good. I'm just saying I will make the check for you.
Thank you so much.
Go check.
Hey, buddy.
So, grabbing hold of it. We are 9 now. You trying to grab it is very difficult because it sort of slips and slides in your hands, like it's not truly there. It feels like a conjuration, something that's only partially physical. But when you do grab hold of it and your hands slide along it, there is this scaly slickness to it, like it's a snake covered in slime. And you can pull and grab on it, and as you're kind of wrenching it away from it, it does relieve a little bit of the pressure on Drock. But you can see that it's not making a huge difference.
Okay. Hang in there, buddy.
I'm going to try and switch tactics here. So I'm going to yell, "Release me now. I'm willing to assist, but if you continue to do me harm, my willingness will decrease." And I want to do an intimidate check with that or something.
Sounds good.
Oh, perfect. Freaking 5.
So, this cloud of poison starts to emanate from the creature, and you feel it sinking and slowly seeping into Drock. Drock, does that bloody you? The 22?
Yeah.
So it kind of goes into you, and you can feel like for just a second, you're deep, deep underwater. You're at the bottom of a warm ocean, and around you are endless coils gripping tighter and tighter. And it doesn't feel like there is anything down here other than the coils. And just when you think it can't get worse, around you, the water turns to venom. And you see this incredible face in front of you, a great serpent staring at you, this withering gaze looking at you as you are a tiny, useless pawn. And then it fades. As Drock, as you become bloodied, as the sort of mantle of coils around you constricts really tight, and Griffle's pulling it away, Griffle sort of stumbles back as it vanishes all at once, and you see a ephemeral young woman who just appears next to you, Drock. You guys would recognize what Clotho looks like. This looks like Clotho when you first saw her. So she floats near Drock and then goes, "My poor knight. You are not ready." Everyone else can see and hear her.
I'll look at her and say, "Who was that? And why are they attacking us?" Or me, I should say.
She shrugs her head, or she shakes her head. "Not attacking you. Talking to you."
That certainly didn't feel like talking to me.
She smiles and says, "My Adlir is not used to speaking with mortals."
We've heard that word before, right?
We know this Adlir.
Yep. That's Narsenhar.
But Narsenhar would know us. Well, we can just ask, I guess. So yeah, I'll look at Clotho and just ask, like, was that Narsenhar or another like him?
She says, "It was he."
Why didn't he recognize us?
I believe he did recognize us, but we had the same problem with Syl when we were in the wilds previously, seeking to bind him to Clotho.
True.
Drock, what did he ask you?
He said his essence was being siphoned, and away to the Nightlands. He showed me some images, but I did not recognize them. Clotho, how can we assist him in fixing this problem?
You're meant to be You're meant to be a weapon of the courts, but you're so small yet. I mean, no offense, just things come to you to ask you to complete a task that you are either ill-suited or ill-prepared for. I would give you strength, but I cannot. Not yet. Not directly. Not while I'm still inside this child.
If you cannot give us strength, is there anything else that could assist, make us stronger?
So she smiles and she reaches forward and puts her hand on either side of your chest, kind of underneath your arms. And then she takes her hands from underneath your arms and then moves them across your chest. And there's this sort of warmth that spreads from her hands. Her palms meet right over your heart. And then she pulls back and away. And then when she gets a couple feet away from you, her hands open back up to being about shoulder widths apart, like she's holding them in front of her. And in between her hands, you see what looks like kind of like a cat's cradle, like a mesh of yarn that is in green and gold. I cannot. And then she looks at this and you see all these spinning little green lines kind of tangled in one another. But you see this sort of childish glee fill her face. But maybe you can help yourself. She taps a little part of the tangled mess of wires, and you see a little golden star start to glow among them. Yes. Your skein says you would have potential for power here if you know to take it. But this place is wrong. Something held here would be dangerous, likely protected, possibly cursed. But if you want more power, she taps that little bright, kind of looks like a miniature sun in the kind of floating mass of green cords. Then I could help you find something to help yourself.
Group, are you willing to assist and try and find this item?
Yes, I think more power is wise.
So what do you say to Clotho?
I'll turn to her and nod and say, yes, that sounds ideal. Please guide us.
She shakes her head and kind of gives a girlish giggle. Not guide you, silly, but let you be my hound. Guide yourself. She floats forward and then kisses just like your cheek, just next to your nose on one side. And then she moves and kisses the other cheek just next to your nose. For everyone else, you can see that Drock's face becomes more wolfish. And when she draws back for just a second, there's a snout, sort of a maw of like a wolf or a big dog that's there for a moment, and then it passes away. Drock, when you breathe back in, smells just sort of slam into your senses. And you can sense all at once that this place is foul, it's wrong, but it's built on something. There's a lot of really good smells here too. There's a smell of something cooking, maybe like biscuits or bread baking somewhere that you can smell. There's also the smell of flowers blooming, but also too a smell of rot and decay, like a trash heap. There are other smells that are absent, things that are tinny and metally. This smell of rust. As you look around, the interior of this place is made of mostly metal, and a good chunk of it is heavily coated in rust. And that smell, more than anything else, sort of fills your nose. And then for a second, it fades away. And you can feel that you can sort of turn it on and off if needed. As she pulls away, you see her kind of ghostly figure get way more translucent until there's only a basic outline of Clotho in front of you. And then she says, if you are to be a weapon, my knight, you will need a weapon of your own. She vanishes.
Well, if everyone's okay with it, I could use a short rest to heal back up.
Walks through the door. Man, I'm tired. Let's sit down.
Just instantly bloodied, like, holy cow. Yeah, so basically Narsenhar was saying that his essence was being siphoned and that we had to redress the imbalance. I'm not sure how, but he indicated that we had to find the issue, and then the imagery was just some bright lights shining repeatedly. So maybe something we have to look into in the future.
Mm.
And they called me weak. And I mean, yeah, that hurt. Physically hurt.
Ishiashaya warned us that coming here could damage us, as we know that these spirits are capable of causing psionic harm merely by speaking with us.
But one, you found out it wasn't arcane or psionic, right?
Narsenhar, no, was using primal energy, it seems.
Is everyone cool if we do a short break and I heal back up, spend some healing surges?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
You know,
that's fine.
There's nothing pressing right now. So if you want to take 5 minutes to spend a healing surge or whatever, that's fine to do that in the scenes. Probably 2 surges will get you most of the way back up.
That's what I was thinking.
So you guys are in front of this thing. The area in front of you looks like what it looks like here. And then to your left, there is that long sort of broken hallway that has a bunch of different like rooms and debris in it.
Where do you guys think we should head first? To the broker or to the item Clotho mentioned?
Who's to say those aren't the same place?
That is true.
Did so Narsenhar just showed you lights.
For when I asked how to fix the problem, I saw the initial area again, but then bright lights flashing. Was it the initial area?
What is the initial area?
So the third area.
Sorry, what was
So you
that
guys
here?
have had a couple of these sort of, creatures that talk to you in weird ways. If people wanted to make associated checks to try to figure out some way to translate his visions into explanations, you might be able to do so. And if you want to make checks, you'll know whether you know, so it won't be hidden.
Mm-hmm.
So there's visions that vision symbolism that he's been given.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well. So, was this similar to how Ishiashaya spoke not only to me but to one?
It is, but on a bit different of a scale.
Right. So, I'm thinking of I'm quite familiar with church doctrine and communing with elements. So I was thinking of making a religion check to see if I could understand the nature of the symbols in his vision.
Yeah. So 21 is enough that you'd be able to understand at bare minimum what the 3 pieces that he was talking about were. The first piece, the area of glowing golden light with the green halo, that signifies the wild.
Wilds. Right.
The second thing is the mortal world, and the third thing is the Shadowfell. So
I didn't need to make a roll for that, Gary.
Well, no, making clear. So some part of his essence is being drained from where he is into the Shadowfell, and when kind of answering like what is he trying to do, the thing is that he doesn't really understand or doesn't see it the same way that you guys do. So you don't think it's a physical place that he's saying, oh, it's right here on a map.
Right.
This is more like an explanation of the situation than it is a location.
And Narsenhar is essentially saying my power is being drained from the wilds through the mortal world somewhere into the Shadowsfell.
Correct.
And the flashing lights in the darkness is Narsenhar essentially trying to say that he wants us to go to the Shadowsfell.
Yeah, it's how do we solve this problem? Narsenhar's answer is go to where the problem is and use power.
But he hasn't. We don't know where the problem is.
In the Shadowfell.
We have a pretty good idea, I think. Likely the Black Fens know the source of the Leviathans that he feeds upon in Lake Obai.
This wasn't. Hang on. Sorry. So this wasn't happening to him when we were with him, right?
Seems not. This does seem like a recent thing. He would have.
This is a recent new thing. I'm gonna be arrogant and be like, "What did we do to cause?"
I will also say that he didn't use the word power.
He did use the word essence.
And I will say that the sort of religion check will get you with a lot of this symbolism. The idea that it's just like raw power is pretty rare. The idea of it being an essence tends to be something that means something specific, depending on what the individual is.
And in the case of Narsenhar?
That's the question for you guys. What is his essence? What does he do? What is his thing?
So he's like pestilent, basically. We know the abyssal plague is being experimented on and spread by the Church of the Elements. Could that be related?
So Drak recovers enough to be able to be functional. Where to now?
So if I turn on the scent and try and smell, like you mentioned, good and bad, is there a particular direction that smells best?
So to your left, down the area where there's a bunch of broken walls and doors and things, you get two pretty distinct, well, actually technically three pretty distinct smells. That smell of the like baking bread, that smell of like flowers blossoming, and then intermingled with those, there is a smell of like rot and decay. Everywhere else is just sort of overwhelmed by this scent of rust. And looking at the walls and the floors and everything, almost everything here, with the exception of the floors in most places, and even the floors have bands of it in it, are made of metal, of steel, covered in rust. From what you guys know, you're pretty certain that any power that Clotho can give you probably isn't going to be super helpful for long distance doing anything in an area like this.
So I'll just say to the group, out this way smells the best, the most unique. It's probably where we have to go.
And when in doubt, always follow your nose.
So, heading. So that means heading down to the left, right? Not heading to the image that you guys are at right now.
Yeah, down to left, following the bread and flour smell.
So you walk down a little bit, and you can feel after maybe about 100 feet or so that there's a change. And rather than this place being, you're obviously still in sort of some sort of building, but there's not a lot of continuity in architecture. In the place that you were, everything has this same sort of feel and vibe to it. Where you are walking now, the central corridor that you're in has this same sort of clinical, sterile floor-looking area with these bands of iron that are holding everything up. But in each individual little area, there are these alcoves that look radically different. Some of them are dark, some of them are light, some of them have doors broken or closed. You can see that there are many different places here, and each one looks very different. Like you might look down an area that has almost an Arabian feel to it. You might look down another area that has sort of a mystic cold vibe, or another area filled with crystals. Most of the places show signs of collapse, of wear and tear, of things that are broken. And as Drock follows his nose, your nose will lead you to 3 places. 3 places that smell different than the rest. Not necessarily good or bad. Stupid fucking reveal tool. I swear to God. Literally the one thing that I will cheer if they ever fucking fix will be this stupid reveal tool.
Just think of it as you rolled a 1 to reveal, Gary. Come on. It's how I get through the day.
So there are 3 places. So this vault door looks the most like a vault door. And because of the way that it looks, it can kind of give you an idea of what the other things are. This area does have some of the same similar things that you saw in the first area. The lanterns look fairly similar, but everything here looks much more well kept, I guess you'd say. There's less rust. Things seem to be polished and coated. While there are a lot of signs of maybe wear and tear of use, there's not a lot of degraded things around. This massive door that you can see in the middle that has this some sort of strange secondary device above it is sealed shut, and it's one of the few that does look like it is not only closed but still sealed, and the things around it look functional. This place doesn't look as destroyed as some of the other places you've seen. Kind of moving down from the, completely perfect to completely destroyed, you come to a second area that the door at the end does still look like it's sealed, but it has a bunch of strange mechanisms and pieces on it that are in varying levels of decay. The hallway leading to it looks like at some point it was covered in stonework of like colonnades and vines and all kinds of vegetation, but most of that's been destroyed. Most of that is broken and chipped and faded away. The only thing that looks like it's still pretty much intact is the door at the end of the little alcove. A third place is almost completely destroyed. And looking at it can show you sort of the strange, distorted nature of the underground. Wherever you are, looking past this place, there is this sort of expanse that seems, for some reason, to be bigger than what you expect it to be. Walking right next to it to another little alcove into another area of a vault door, it doesn't feel like it should expand as much. Like you should hit the other vaults if you're right next to it. And this one doesn't have a door, or if it is, this strange crystalline window or mirror that is in front of it. If it's a door or a vault, it doesn't look like any of the others. From the first one that I mentioned, from this one, your scent gives you nothing. No corrosion, no scent of flowers, no scent of bread, nothing good or bad. But that in and of itself is different. It doesn't have that same sort of feel of destroyed things and degradation everywhere else. The second one that you see has the smell of flowers. This incredibly heady scent, like you're face first into a bouquet. Not only just a flower, but lots and lots of different types of flowers. And the third one down here has the smell of baking bread. And in that one, to a pretty strong extent, and to the one where the flowers are to a slightly lesser extent, there is that underlying scent of decay, of wrongness, of something rotting underneath whatever's pleasant smelling nearby.
Clotho did mention that there was something here, but it was likely a trap or surrounded by something else. So this one seems the most likely to be Clotho's, is my thought.
The one that smells like bread?
Yeah, with the underlying rot.
Was somebody given magical bread?
Yeah, would you say that bread smells spiced? Like spiced bread?
It does, actually. Like if you take a second to sort of smell the bread, it doesn't smell like a normal loaf of bread. It smells like maybe there's cinnamon, or maybe this is some sort of like pastry or something. It doesn't smell like, a loaf of sourdough. It smells like a bakery almost.
What are your guys' thoughts on where to explore first?
I would go with the spiced bread, I think. Gary, since that is the power that I took, would I have any more insight? Like, would I recognize energy signature type situation?
I would say if you maybe not use the power, because I don't want you to have it gone, but if you kind of tap into it for just a second, you might get a little bit of that smell. And that would be enough for Drock to be able to say that, yeah, it smells, if not the same, very similar.
What power is this?
This is the power from Eastavir, Queen of Summer, that Filibuster and I received, although he chose honey.
I will also say I've never seen one actually use her power in a fight.
No,
At least I don't recall.
purely RP.
Yeah.
Well, it does seem to solidify the fact that this is where the power of summer is. I feel we should explore it.
So do we think that the green vault is the vault of summer and the other is the vault of winter?
Ooh, hadn't even thought of that.
What do you mean by vault?
Well,
Vines.
we're still in the vaults, right?
As you guys kind of look around and explore in here, it does feel like more of a traditional like bank or safe house, or a keep's vaults. On Superstition's End, you have the hold, the deep hold, and while there's only one of them, each one of these areas kind of gives you that same feel of like security. There's really heavy doors that are sealed shut, although only the first of the 3 doors that I have shown up here does look like it is still sealed.
Well, where are we trying to go?
Clotho
Rock.
said there was a power that would assist us and make us stronger.
Make
Or an item.
you stronger, right?
Royal
Yes.
us again.
Yeah, royal us versus royal me.
Is that where you want to go?
I think so. I feel it would help.
Then let's go where you think that is.
And Gary, just to confirm, that's the crystal one, correct? That's the bread that seems to align with one's power as well.
So the smell of the bread and a little bit of the smell of the rot is from the crystal, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There is the smell of flowers from the top right, and then there's the sort of no smell but still sealed door from the top middle.
Yeah, I think exploring here, figuring out what this door is, Or this crystal is, I should say, is a good idea.
Now, Michael understands the concept of like a fly trap. That sort of smells a little pleasant.
Yeah.
I mean, Filibuster probably does too, in a much more advanced form.
Yeah. But you know, I go where the nose wants.
Clotho
So-
did warn us that there was something bad as well.
So you can see that all the damage around here, maybe some of it looks like it's very old, but a lot of it does look like it's fairly recent as well. There's what seem to be big chunks of the ceiling and floor that have been broken apart. And going around the backside of this area, there's nothing behind it. But there is the crystal that's sort of there, and it is actually reasonably close to appropriate to your token size. It's about 20 feet across.
And the crystal, like, can you see through it at all, or is it just reflecting what's in the room around us?
It does not. So neither. It doesn't. You don't feel like it is looking through it, like you're seeing what's on the other side, but it looks like there's some sort of images or things captured within the crystals, and the images look like they are underwater, maybe the bottom of a lake. You can see some of the lights shining through, look like they're maybe sunlight shining through the top of a lake. There's bits and pieces of wood and other sorts of things that you would find at the bottom of a lake. If you actually zoom in a little bit on this thing, you can see here. So it's a little hard, but it's supposed to be like these things here kind of are pieces of like driftwood or something that's wood that's sunk on the bottom of some sort of waterway. And then up here you can see what seems to be the surface of the water with light coming through.
I'll ask, one, does this seem magical in any way to you?
What can I sense?
One second. So the short answer is yes. The longer answer is this seems to be a pretty potent illusion of some kind. It doesn't necessarily seem like it's something that is harmful. More like this is a potent illusion that's put as might be decoration on top of it. But you can sense, because so to be clear about that, so it's not the illusion is obscuring physical looking at it, but it's not obscuring the magical signature at all. So an illusion that would kind of be there to obscure it would probably make it harder for you to look through. This doesn't seem to be doing that at all. So this seems like it's enchanted to kind of look like this rather than try to make you believe it is this thing. And when you kind of put your senses into it, you get the sense that there is some sort of planar energies here. You're pretty certain that this thing is going to take you to another plane.
I will relay that to the party. I do not believe Clotho would knowingly mislead us. I believe it may be worth the risk to proceed.
So I've not heard much from Griffel and Morn. I know Griffel might be still dealing with Dog.
So
Dog's asleep. I'm also just really tired. Sorry. I am listening. Brain's on about 30%.
Sorry.
we're currently in the wilds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you think this is a portal to a different plane?
It could be like the ship.
A pocket dimension. Would Griffel with the helm would you have a better sense of the nature of this planar portal?
Yeah, I could make a dungeoneering check for
Mhm.
planar stuff.
Can indeed.
Ow. Oh, 19 on the dice, 34.
So, kind of using your knowledge of the planes and kind of using the helm to sort of figure out what this is, you get this sense of sort of, best way to say it, like fulfillment from the helm. Like you're on a different plane, you're using it to tinker with planar stuff. The helm is happy, more or less, to be used in the way that you're using it. And you can sense that it's working with you well. And here, there's a bunch of things layered one on top of the other. You think that, yes, that this is going to take you to some sort of maybe pocket dimension, but that's not it. It's like there's multiple layers of pocket dimensions all sort of wrapped on top of each other. This isn't going to be simple like inside of the picture frame. This is going to be a whole nother thing. This is kind of layers upon layers of planar energy, each of them being slightly different and none of them being recognizable as planes that you know or that are part of the ship's manifold.
I don't recognize any of these, and there seems to be a lot of them, all kind of stacked together. I'm just curious, because I know this is like the eternal debate, but with regard to like portal type stuff, do you rule like that if any part of you touches, you go through, or is it like a transitional, like I could stick my hand in and pull it back out sort of thing? Like how do you kind of...
It depends on the type of portal. So
Okay.
there are actually rules for it. So you, with your dungeoneering knowledge, you're pretty certain that this is the type of portal that functions much more like a doorway than it does like a teleporter. So you think that, assuming that nothing bad will happen when you touch it, that you would be able to like touch it and like put your arm through it, and it's not going to suck you in.
Okay, but that wouldn't really tell me anything about it, would it?
It will tell you that it would have given you information you kind of already have, which is that it's probably not to another major plane, that it's probably to like a pocket dimension of some kind, because any of the ones that take you to like major plane, like you have to actually kind of go through it all at once. There's a you can't do that same sort of like stepping from one room to another. You have to actually transverse the distance, whereas the pocket dimensions have the benefit of you can just kind of pull in and out like a bag of holding or the port.
Yeah. Do I get a sense for like what the helm wants me to do?
Look.
Because they're pretty high concordance now.
So the helm will give you a mixture of things. Like it would be happy to stay here in the wilds to sort of soak in the energy of the wilds. So if you stay put, helm is happy.
Cool.
The helm also is giving you something that this thing feels like a puzzle of some kind, and it's a planar puzzle. So that's interesting to the helm on a different level. Sort of think of it, one being, if it was a physical creature, one being like a good meal, right, of being in the same plane. The other one's like a good puzzle, something to engage the mind.
Okay.
So it doesn't seem to want one more than the other, but you can see that it would sort of enjoy both. And the idea of this thing being kind of like a puzzle is somewhat intriguing to the helm.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to figure this out as well. Fuck it. Griffel's just going to be like, let's check it out. I'll be right back. And I'm going to like step through.
I was literally just typing, look at us asking questions instead of just diving in. And then, there you go.
There she goes.
So you step through, and the feeling of going through the portal is very weird. It's like you pass through like a centimeter thick layer of jello that sort of wraps around your body and then spits you out the other side. The membrane on this pocket dimension is much heavier than a normal pocket dimension. So like the portraits that you have, you can't really feel anything. There's a very slight tingle of going through the barrier, but it's really not that noticeable. This is a very much a noticeable barrier. And when you get inside, there is a lot of noise. There are birds, there are animals, there are insects. There's kind of what you would expect in like a tropical rainforest.
Okay.
And you find yourself at the base of this ramp. This base of this huge ramp that's going upward to a platform that you can see ahead of you. And the ramp looks like it's made out of sort of purple and pink stained glass. And then off to the left and right, you see these huge like stone rings that are sort of wrapped around the platform. And up on the you're kind of looking up to this platform from the bottom, and you can see that there are these enormous trees on either side that are leaning over towards the center. Let me see if I can.
And is the membrane behind me still?
Yes.
Cool.
Let me see if I can.
Is this recognizably a plane that I would know?
1 second, hang on. It feels like the wilds. You've not done a lot of stuff in the wilds, but the sort of overwhelming amount of energy, the sort of life energy that's here, again, think of being like in the deepest part of a tropical rainforest. The amount of life that is here does make you feel like there's something here. Let me see if I can get this done for you. Let's see if I can reveal an area and have it not suck. All right, so I'll pull you into this and hopefully it'll work.
Hopefully.
Keep trying to drag the wrong thing. All right. This one? Is this the correct one? Yes. Okay. Can you see all that?
Yeah, let me zoom it back a smidge. I can see parts of it.
Yeah, so there is a fog of war that I'll explain in just a second. This is what I was doing for just a second to show you. But this massive platform that you're on, the stained glass thing, and you see the two ramps going up?
Oh, yes. Yep.
So those go up to a circular platform that's above you that you can't see the top of because
can't see the top.
You're below it. And you can see these huge rings of stone below you.
Okay. And then the trees below the rings?
The trees are sort of inside the ring. Some of them are growing between the rings. Some of them are on top of them or over them.
Okay.
Do we still have the psionic link from 1 to Griffle? Like, are we still in communication or is she gone?
Yeah, great question.
Nope. As soon as she steps through, it snaps out.
Okay. So I'm still in the wilds, but I've gone far enough that telepathy is not a thing.
Well, and it also doesn't work through the portal, which I was thinking. So if she's gone, I think, the whole, don't leave people behind kind of thing, I will step through as well.
You're going to end up somewhere different.
Oh, I hope so, yeah.
So here's the question for Griffle, right? Yeah. I think the Griffle's kind of standing there. Does Griffle step through and like take a quick look, and then was she planning to step back through?
Yeah, so I was planning to step back through.
Okay. Because I think the amount of time that I used to describe things and show this would have been a lot longer than Griffle actually took to do the thing that happened.
Okay, that's fair. So I'll wait then.
So Griffle steps back out.
All right, and I'm with the right, like I'm with them, right? I'm with the people.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
You're back right where you were.
Cool.
Did we see her on the other side of the crystal when she was in?
You did not.
So there was a strange place, sort of stained glass platform and some stone rings. I don't really know what it was about. Still in the wilds, but probably quite far away from where we are.
Would that have been enough time for the helm to actually figure out where it was?
No.
Unlikely, yeah.
I think the helm needs a decent amount of time to figure out where it is.
Okay. Yeah, just curious. My thoughts are to step through again and see if you end up in the same place or somewhere different.
Roger that, and I do it.
Nice.
It works. So it does seem to function more or less like a door.
It does take her to the same spot?
Mm-hmm. It's the exact same spot.
Same thing again. Okay. Can I try and talk to the helm?
Sure.
Hey, helmet. Crystal brain. Where am I?
So it gives you sort of an impression of life, and you can tell that it means the Feywild. It doesn't say anything, but it identifies where you are as the Feywild.
Okay. Anything more specifically?
Are you on the interior or exterior of the portal?
I've gone through it.
So it's going to show you the Feywild multiple times. Like you're on the Feywild, in the Feywild, as part of the Feywild with the wilds on it.
Okay.
So it feels like multiple layers of the wilds all in one place.
So it's a wild sandwich.
Yep.
Brilliant. I'll step back through. It goes to the same place. I think. I mean, it's safe on the other side if you want to come through and have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll walk through.
I will as well.
We are ready to proceed.
That's what you see.
And once we're here, and I'll activate my sense of smell, is there anything different? Do I smell anything different?
So you have that smell of the bread. It's still there. It's about as strong as it was before you step through, but the smell of rot, of decay, is significantly stronger. The kind of whiff of the bakery smell, it's still kind of there in the background, but it's not the strongest smell anymore. The smell of decay and rot is significantly stronger.
I'll relay that to the group. So the smell of the bread in the bakery may be the portal itself, not something within the area.
It does smell like it's still ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up the ramp. One of them.
So looking over off the edge of the ramp, off the edge of the sort of stained glass area, there's a really significant fall to the ground, like a couple 100 feet to fall to the ground.
How wide is the ramp?
It's what, 40 feet across? A little less?
Well, the whole thing is a ramp. Okay.
So this whole thing is the ramp, or this whole thing is the stained glass window thing. There are these pieces of, you're not sure if it's stone or metal, that are coming up that are only 5 feet across that go up to the platform up top.
Yeah, I want to walk up there.
Technically, you'd be able to see it from where you guys are, although I don't want to show it on the map. But directly ahead of you, the stained glass thing continues straight, and then in front of you, there's a pillar. There's like a 30-foot across pillar that extends up and is between the ring of stone that is above you, the platform that's above you. So, I didn't grab everybody over here, but could do so.
I want to go. Oh, I'm so dead. Hang on.
Let me fix that real quick. So place yourselves where you think you'd be here. Griffel's going up, and imagine getting back to full health.
Yeah, I'm going up as well.
And Filibuster, if you can make yourself full on surges as well. So Drock, where you are right now is not on one of the ramps. So these two things are the ramps.
Ah, got it. And the middle's
okay.
just something else?
So these are the ramps, and they come off the ground at an angle on top of this stained glass thing. So this stained glass thing goes straight forward for a pretty significant distance. And then you can see there is a like a pillar up here. I don't have any way to show this map in full for what I want to do. Hang on, let me move some of my notes to make it easier. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Sorry, I didn't plan on revealing this map part at a time, but there's no reason I can't. So let's do. All right, can you guys see that in the middle?
Yep.
So if you look, this thing down here, it continues straight, and then there is this pillar going up in the middle, and then there's this ring of the same material around the edges. So like Drock, if you want to be on the ramp, you'd need to be like here. Unless you're down on the bottom part. Does that make more sense?
I think so.
Because the only things that are changed in elevation are these ramps here. Everything else is the same elevation. So this thing that's down here, the stained glass thing, is 20 feet below the bottom of this ring.
Okay, and when we step out of the portal, are we on a ramp or on the bottom glass bit?
You're on the glass bit. So the portal basically puts you where the word Patreon is on this map. So it brings you out right here.
Well, maybe I will be down below. See what's down there.
So you guys are coming up. So I'm going to move you guys over a little bit. So you can see in the center of the room, there is a person. Again, I'm going to reveal tool. Why do you hate me?
Oh.
So he's dressed in a way that you guys have only really seen one other person dressed like this. He's dressed in something that has a bunch of like gears and parts and pieces on it. His suit that he's wearing looks like it is tailor fit to him, and he has a bunch of looks like implements of some kind, but you're not really sure what they're for. Maybe they're tools or things like that that are over his body. And you see he's standing in the middle of the room on that pillar. And as you guys kind of come up to the edge, he turns to kind of look towards you. And you can see that the one side of his face has this chain that goes across it, but also into that part of his face that almost looks like a sort of piece of his flesh has been woven into that steel cord. And where his eye is, there's this sort of strange, sort of fake looking eye. It doesn't really look much like an eye. It just sort of evokes the sense that there should be an eye there. There's a patch or a gear that has what looks like an eye over it. So he turns around and sees you all there. And you can see him looking. Filibuster, when you look at him, his entire body is glowing yellow.
Yeah, expected.
Have you guys
So-
been warned about someone with one eye in the past?
What do you? Hello?
We blinded all the agents to the
Oh,
adversary.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, brain.
So he looks forward, looks over towards you. You see, at first, he kind of gives a slight smile. And then he kind of puts his hand next to his side where you can see sort of some kind of like implement that he has. And then as he kind of calls out to you, his voice is kind of weird and it's a little difficult to understand him completely over the cacophony of the jungle around you. More? No, different. I see. Yes. One of the she was left behind. He shakes his head. As the vaults fail, some things continue to amaze me. We could be friends. If you're finding your way out of here, I'm looking for things myself. As he's talking, he's looking directly at Drock.
I think we could be friends too. If you offer me your name, I can give you mine.
He doesn't react at all to you talking.
Yeah.
Looking directly at Drock.
What is your name, friend?
So he smiles and says, I would not give my name to you, she, but we can come to an accord. I am a adventurer, a delver, someone who's looking for interesting things, and I think I've found one. If you'll help me get in, I'll help you get out. I can't imagine your powers work very well in here, surrounded by all this cold iron.
And what is it that you were looking for?
What you asked me for. Down here, there's supposed to be a name.
What name?
So you see he kind of like starts for a second and then he looks. And when Griffle speaks, you can tell he didn't notice you for a second. And then as he notices Griffle, his eyes sort of sweep over the rest of the group. And you can see that he's just now registering everyone for the same time. And then his eyes lock on Filibuster. And you see that sort of easy smile change to a sneer. You keep odd company, she. Filibuster, you've never felt Baneslayer laugh before. But it's giving off a sort of maddening, thrumming pulse.
You know, find the good friends in odd places.
So he smiles and says, Quite. Leave the she alive. Kill the rest. He looks around and you see the air around him shiver and waver as a bunch of invisible things turn their attention towards you.
Oh shit.
I'm Gary. The chances of you avoiding combat this next session are basically 0. I'm going to lead you directly into one.
I mean, we almost did a really good job standing at the door for the entire session. We could have avoided conflict.
Ideally, this should just turn all the fog of war off.
I'm hearing some blame, and I don't like that. How dare you disrespect me this way?
We can see the whole area.
Yeah, you should be able to see the whole area. 1 second. Trying to fix
And
it. Go ahead and roll for initiative for me.
6 potential friends.
And Gary, since I'm down below, how hard would it be to get up to where Griffle is?
It's going to take 2 squares of movement to go from here to here. So
I didn't see what that was, sorry.
It should still be on the map. Oh, no, it's not, because I'm on the wrong layer. So, like, I know your speed of thought. Your speed of thought could get you to there, or it could get you to 1, 2, 3. Hang on. 1, 2, 3.
Hey Gary, are we supposed to be able to see the one in the middle? This one here?
I'll explain in just a second, but yes.
Okay.
So your speed of thought could get you to there, if that's what you're trying to get to, or to kind of over here.
Yeah, I'll just try and get up front, of course.
Okay.
I have a question.
What's your question?
I can't see these monsters yet, can I? Or am I?
Oh yeah, they're going to be coming out of invisibility as they step forward, but I am going to need a second.
Okay. There's surely more than 6.
Or they're tough.
1 second.
Or this is just a little warm up. Something light to whet the appetite.
No, I have a very serious question, but I need Gary to finish what he's doing first to ask it. So.
Yeah. Give me a second, because again, putting these things on different layers, so I could. So you will in just a second. Hang on. I'm putting things different people. Give me a moment. So let me get initiatives rolled, and then I'll explain kind of what's happening. All right. So there's one. There's one. There's. Okay. So all these things kind of come out of invisibility. The sort of veil around them fades. And the guy in the middle, which is this little block that you see right here, right? Mm-hmm. This is the guy.
Yep.
You see him standing there, and this one is not bloodied yet. So as you guys come off, there's this sort of feeling of being at home for a second, of kind of camaraderie, as you guys are just used to doing certain things. Filibuster, you need to be somewhere else for this to make sense. So can I move you like over here? Where you can
yeah. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, you need to be probably over here or up here, somewhere where you can see the top. So you guys feel Baneslayer gathering energy. The sort of darkness gathers around Morin, this solidity in your all's mind, this reinforcement from one of many. And then you see Griffle unlimbering her axes, and there is this little pop, this expenditure of psionic potential as Drock sort of blurs forward. You see all these creatures, these imps, as they kind of come out of their invisibility, they stalk forward, they have like heavy claws. They all kind of come forward, and a couple of the imps grow extra eyes in the middle of their forehead and look forward. When they do, there is this moment of just like surprise across the imps. And you hear the little creatures, Paradush. And then one of the other ones says, Vedarenos Paradush. You see the little imp near the center kind of shift back and forth. Pash, and then you hear there's this sort of hushed whisper as all of the creatures look at Drock and go, Kapin Semserkush. The big creature in the middle, the one in the middle that with the messed up eye sort of bulges and changes. You see his body warp and turn into something that looks more like ichor than it does look like flesh. This strange 3-headed thing bursts out of the image of the man, and one of the claws grabs hold of the creature next to it, and you see the claws dig into the corrupted imp. Porken, Cross Feronia Lokai, Dreptu Bow, Dreptu Valala. And the creatures skitter forward. So you guys know that they're speaking some other language, but this is a language that one knows.
Woohoo.
Wait, what language is it?
Guessing Abyssal?
Speaking Abyssal, yes. They're not speaking of the modern form of Abyssal, so there was a check. I think I accidentally sent you both pieces.
You did.
Well, you have both pieces now because you did make the hard DC check. So
Okay. Would I have time to translate to the party
then
telepathically?
yeah.
Okay. They know you are a battle mind, Drak. They call you Yellow Crusader. The monstrosity there in the middle says the crusade is ended. They wish to kill us.
Filibuster, you're up.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
Sure.
And I think the answer is no at this point since you described all this. These don't look anything like the dudes that were in the Wilds labs.
No, they did not.
Okay. Disappointment abound. Oh, can I see every creature, Gary?
Yes, kind of. The thing in front of you is actually kind of big. So this is like a sconce. So you're going to have to get around it to be able to see everything perfectly. But
Oh, about the little green circle thing in front of me?
Yes, this thing. And this thing is difficult. Like these are difficult terrain if you try to move through them. All these little things.
So
and also the imps are not bigger than you.
Fuck. Right here?
Yep, you can see everything.
Great. Good thing I'm going first.
You don't have the range on a lot of these.
Oh, I don't. Wait, I didn't even think that hard. I could probably move a little more, right? Oh, this is much bigger room than I thought it was, Gary.
4, 5. You got movement speed 5, right?
I move at speed 6.
6, so you can get to there.
I thought you said that was difficult terrain. Oh, that's only if I walk through it.
Yeah, if you walk around it and not take extra spaces. So you can get to there, and I don't think you can get to the back things regardless. That puts you in the range of the most number of them. No, over 1 to the left. So here gets you in range of the most number.
Yes. Okay, that's good. I don't feel fear. So that's good. So what is that? That's everyone but 1.
That's all
but 2. All but 2. They're not. I can't see their names.
Oh, you can't see their names?
No, I cannot. And they're also not numbered, but I don't think that's particularly.
I can see the name Sharn Infiltrator and Corrupted Imp on the one that's bloodied, but the rest don't have their little tags.
Oh, I don't see any names at all.
Why not?
But maybe I should reload. Let's see.
No, I don't see him either.
It should. It says you should be able to see.
No, reloading my page worked. I see everything now.
Oh, I'll try reloading mine.
Okay, so everything but the top 2 imps. Fourfold Invocation of Doom.
That worked.
I'll number the imp as well.
Everything except for Imp 1 and...
I think it probably just didn't like that I turned off Fog of War in general rather than trying to reveal things.
One day
Fog of War will function and it'll be great. All right. So we got fourfold. So starting with imp number 4, it looks like.
Yeah. 23 versus Will.
Hang on 1 second. Defenses. What are we looking for here? We're all looking at
Will
defense. So we've got a hit, and then the 23 is a hit, and the 23 against the Infiltrator. is a miss.
That's a big will. 19 versus the 6, number 6.
Will hit.
24,
hit.
24 and a miss.
So these are days till the end of your next turn, right? Yeah, on a miss.
If it on a miss, it's next turn. If it's a hit, it's a save.
All right, I will get everything marked.
I have moved. I have standarded. Drocker, are you supposed to be at full health?
No.
Oh. That's, reality is often disappointing, you know.
I know, right?
All right. I think that is my turn. No action point yet.
Okay. Morin, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to move up 6 to here. Perfect. Grants me. Oop, partial concealment. I'm going to curse the Sharn Infiltrator.
Okay. What curse color?
We could do purple.
Okay.
And then I need to click on my token again. Let's start with a Hand of Blight. Just your standard 7, 6. Darn. Yeah, we'll use that. Oof, 21 versus Fortitude?
21 versus Fortitude on the big guy is, I'm pretty sure, not a connect. It is not, unfortunately.
Okay.
How much would you like to hit?
It'll grant combat advantage to everybody else.
It's already got combat advantage.
It is an at will. And yes, it is granting combat advantage.
Oh, it's already granting combat advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, so it'll be a 23.
It's
23 is also a miss, unfortunately.
Okay. Although if I had known that it was already granting combat advantage, I wouldn't have cast Hand of Blight.
Gotcha.
Oh well.
I mean, it's not will, so you didn't lose too terribly much.
Nope.
Anything else from Morin?
I might as well go ahead and action point.
Sounds good.
And let's try. I rearranged all my powers on my sheet. I should have done that. Let's do Crown of Stars. Is a 27 versus reflex hit?
27 versus reflex does indeed.
Okay, so it's going to be 15 radiant damage.
Radiant damage, you say?
I do.
So you can see that this thing wasn't completely there. When you struck into it with radiant power, it feels more substantial after the strike, as it is no longer it's substantial.
I suspect that will overturn.
And can you put a marker on it for my stars?
What?
So it's now afflicted with the Crown of Stars. Which is something I can sustain.
So you have your Crown of Stars. It doesn't have Crown of Stars.
Okay.
So the stars are around you, and you can shoot them at whoever you want to.
Oh, okay.
right. That
That's
is
fun.
Warren. Imp. Imp is going to spine volley.
Spine volley.
Spine volley. So
Is he not dazed, or does that happen?
he is
after?
dazed. Yeah.
This is one of those. This is one of those things where things take one attack, and the attack does like infinite damage.
So one shot at Filibuster, one shot at Morin. And shot at Filibuster is the first one. Shot at Morin is the second one.
Reflex that will hit me.
That's a miss.
Is against reflex. So if you get hit 15 points of damage, 15 points of poison damage from this spike, this little glowing spike of poison that gets shot through the air at you. That is it for the imp. He will make a saving throw. One, it's your turn.
A lot of damage.
Okay.
He is
So I'm gonna do Force Grasp, Augment 2 on the Infiltrator and the Imp next to him.
Real quick. You currently cannot see them.
Yes, I will also move.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Making sure elevation in this thing is a little weird, so I want to make sure you realize that back there on the ramp you can't see.
Yeah. Okay, so I have moved 6. So can I move if I go right here I could see, right?
As far as you can, I don't know where you're pointing to, so I can't tell.
Oh, weird. Next to Drock, I could see.
Yes.
All right, so let's do that. And then, yeah, okay. So, Force Grasp, Augment 2, and I'm not adding the combat modifiers. Is that? 31 and
29
26.
Yeah, both connect on the two. Those are towards the Sharn and the Imp, right?
Yeah.
12 and immobilized.
Yeah.
Mobilized, and 13. All right.
That's what I got.
Alrighty then. Imp number 3, also dazed, has 2 newish targets. So is going to also use its spine volley.
Range 20. What kind of attack is this, Gary?
And these guys are arranged around like they're members of a shooting gallery. You just guys, stepped up to the plate. So first one is at Drock. Second one is at one of many.
Jesus.
That'll hit.
So 12 poison to Drock and 15 poison to 1. And then he's going to make a saving throw in a second. Drock, it is your turn.
Gary, I have a question. At the beginning of the fight, it looked like the infiltrator sucked some power from the Emperor.
So it basically grabbed one of those claws out and clawed a heavy wound into the Imp number 6.
Did the Imp change or anything? Or does it just look like it got
hurt?
Okay.
It's why it started the combat bloodied.
Yeah.
So the one that got hurt was the one that spoke. It's the little creature near the big creature for you, one of many.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
In the little translation I gave you, the one that
Yes.
got bloodied, the little creature near the big creature is the tag.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So basically, they were all talking, and the big creature, when it spoke, it clawed the one next to it.
Right.
Strongly suggest trying to kill some small imps.
Working on it.
All right.
No, just in general.
I'm going to move up 2. I'm going to use my Vanguard charge. And I'm going to charge Corrupted in 5. So for M5, are there any attack bonuses right now?
M5 is dazed, so you have combat advantage.
Which is +2, right?
+2.
21 to hit.
Use memory.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have to hit?
For which? Sorry.
Use memory if you hit. Right. Cool. So, is the 21 including the combat advantage?
Yeah.
It does unfortunately not connect.
Well, I mean, I rolled a 2, so you know.
So, no +1/+4.
Oh, come on.
Goes up in the wilds, dies.
Anything else from Drock?
You know what? I want to hit something, so yeah, I'm gonna action point, and I'm going to do. 1 second. I need to make sure one of these marks. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do whirling defense.
Okay.
$26 to hit.
26 definitely connects. 15 damage.
All right. So 16, and yeah, he's marked.
And mark.
All right. That'll be all.
My infiltrator. Oh, did I forget? I forgot a thing you're supposed to do. Oh well. 1 second, guys.
I don't think, like, at the beginning of when I joined the campaign, my rolls were not this bad.
So this guy should have had something else going on, so I'll do that for next turn. Actually, what I'll do is I'll do it the other way around. So I'll give him an initiative at 8 instead of at 28, which is where it should have been. So yeah, so he has a second initiative that he should have had already. But he starts his turn. He's dazed. He can't really do a whole hell of a lot of stuff about that at the moment. So he waves two of his hands. You see they sort of sink into the world around him, and one of the heads lets off this maddening cackle. Griffle, you get a split second of sort of pulse from the helm as the infiltrator unleashes a wave of planar energy in your direction.
Planar energy.
That did not work. Hang on. Why did that not work? Aha. So he's going to do this first. And when this happens, as soon as you get as the planar energy sort of washes over you, Griffle, you're aware of what needs to be done and what can be done for this. So take a second to look through the handout that I just gave. That's for everybody, not just Griffle. Giving you an idea of what this thing is, how this guy's powers work.
Auto jumping.
Portal. Wait, where's the portal? Oh, there we go. Got it. I see it.
Does the bluff check still take a negative, or is that only to the
I'm sorry.
So the bluff check, so for each square beyond the first, the player is away from the portal. Does that include the bluff check as well?
No, the bluff check is for the creature, not for the portal.
Okay.
And do we yet know what Otherworldly Scream is?
Nope.
Cool.
I don't like it. A player may make a check to stabilize themselves. I mean,
Right, so stabilized player is like high risk, high reward sort of thing.
They all kind of seem high risk, high reward, so I shouldn't be doing these.
I mean, they said to leave you alive and kill the rest of us, so you're gonna be fine.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So check me a 1 in chat if you've read the handout and do not have questions. If you have questions, obviously ask questions.
can you put this in layman's terms? I did so stupid. There are portals. The portals teleport us places. We can pick between helping others handle the portals.
It makes a lot more sense when you see someone get hit with a portal.
Okay.
So on
don't
his
like that.
turn, the Sharn will be summoning portals, and he puts them on people.
Specifically next to people, and then he's going to do things. So he can, if he has portals summoned, he can move them around and do stuff with them.
Okay.
And is this like skill check rules where we take a neg if we keep using the same skill over and over again?
It is not. If you use one
Cool.
of the default skills, you do not take a negative.
Cool.
And this check that you make, you can use a power check to alter the portal or a bluff check. Is that the check that you make for stabilizing the player, the portal, or destroying it? Or are those separate from?
Correct. That's what you would typically make. Again, if you can justify something else, I'm always game for justifying something else.
So
Good
I can
example here is dungeoneering with Griffle would make a lot of sense.
So I can use bluff to destroy a portal or stabilize a portal or stabilize a player.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I need to step away for 1 second, but I think I understand the portals. BRB.
Okay, I think I get it. Also, I just want to say that like Puppy has been really anxious, like basically since we brought him home, and this is the first time that he's been awake and like in his pen, and I'm like all the way across the other room, and he's watching me, but he's not whining at me, and I'm really
Aw.
proud of him
I wonder if it's
'Cause
because
I'm
you're talking a lot and he can hear you.
really overwhelmed and stressed about this.
Well, good
So
job.
I'm taking my W.
Why is this is not 5 squares? Why is this here? If it says within 5 squares, or am I dumb?
Did I screw it up?
What?
I did mess it up. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. No, I didn't. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, that's correct.
So it's within 5 squares of another portal.
He goes.
So you're chaining them. Is
Correct.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions, Phil? Oh no, who's the last person? More than one. Griffle, Phil,
It's
Drock.
Drock.
I put
Track.
1. I'm good, I think.
Talking to yourself?
Are you talking to yourself?
Yes.
He's checking his rolls.
So
Yeah.
the creature reaches out, and you see his arms partially disappear, like he's reaching through something, and then you see an arm come out next to one of many, through the portal 3, and claw at one, and another arm reaches through another portal and claws at Griffle.
We're fighting Polka Dot Man.
You are aware of this trait.
Gary was like, I feel particularly evil today.
One of many. That is an attack at you. 23 versus your will, as this shadow claw reaches out to try to strike at your mind.
Wait, hold up. I thought this was me.
It's one. The first one goes to 1, and the second one goes to Griffle.
Where's the first one?
There is only
the first
one.
There's only one so far.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
And
so you haven't rolled it yet. Sorry.
I think one stepped away.
Dead. I'm here. Sorry.
I'll do the second one as well, since I know you're back as well. But so it's going to be 23 against Will for 1, and then 18 versus Will and Griffle.
Think that's a hit. Oh, no, that's a miss.
23 is a miss.
Okay, so swing, miss. He is done. Corrupted Imp. Number 2. Where's number 2?
Ambulance, but not for me.
Gary, are these portals two-way? Like, can we interact and attack him through them or not?
I'd say not.
I'm assuming he controls the portals.
Unless we
He who
control the
controls the portals controls the universe or something.
Well, we can alter the portals to go to somewhere else.
The imp is going to go to here and shoot a tether across at Drock.
Drop his ass. Yank him.
So poisoned tether. 24 versus your reflex, Drock.
Yep, that hits.
Yank him.
So your immobilized save ends.
Ugh.
Oh, but it ends if you teleport. I think you can do that.
And then he's going to take a minor action
Goodbye.
to reel you in. So you're there. He's going to reel you into here.
Into the portal.
Yep. May save throw, sir.
So does that being in the portal do anything, or?
Are you
Yes.
making a saving throw?
Sorry, I only caught half that, Gary.
Make a saving throw.
All right, perfect.
Has it been? I don't know. Oh my.
Success. So he pulls you into the portal. Back. And then continues to pull you. 1, 2, 3. Make a saving throw. He's going to try to throw you off the ledge. Actually, no. Hang on. Sorry.
Come on, my one good roll, Gary. Come on.
He can't force you. He can't force you to make 2 checks against that type of terrain. You can only do one or the other. Sorry. All right. So you're still tethered, but you're stuck there. Imp number 1.
I'm about to get yanked. I don't like it.
Eight. Yes. And shot at Filibuster. Natural 1.
Ooh. Miss.
Number 5 is dazed. Shot at one of many. 21 versus reflex against 1.
That will miss.
Excellent. Griffle, you're up.
Cool beans. So I'm here at the top of the thing. Is there any issue with moving through the portals? Like, if I just walk through them?
If you walk through them, you'll make a saving throw unless you want to go through the portal.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to spend my standard action to make a stabilize. I'm going to try and stabilize this portal with a nature check.
Sounds excellent.
Wait, do you stabilize the portal or do you stabilize... Oh, I see. There's stabilize portal, stabilize player. Got it.
Yeah.
So that is a excellent success. Hang on, let me look at DCs for 9. Is that a almost hard plus 10? So, stabilized portal. You can link it to a place and you get knowledge about where one of them is, right?
Yeah. I want that knowledge.
Give me a D8.
Yes. 7.
7. So I will reveal 7's location.
Wait, I'm so confused.
7 is there, and it's located about 10 feet off the ground.
Could you drag me to it?
Yes, 1 second.
You're saying there's an invisible portal?
Well, it's the opening. It's the other side of the portal.
Do you see it on the map now?
Oh, yes. Here. Okay, yeah.
So that number 7. So if you get result 7 when you get thrown into the portal, it'll chuck you to about 10 feet in the air right there.
Okay. And that's still on the stone ring, right?
It is above the stone ring. Yeah, it's about 10 feet up.
Okay.
Now you know you can get this stabilized in one of a bunch of different places. Do you want it to go to 7?
Okay, but I don't get to know where the other places are, right?
Yeah, you find out one of them, and then you can pick a place to put it.
A random one. Okay. I'm gonna go with 1. Let's go with 1.
Okay.
Be systematic about it.
All right. So it has been stabilized to exit at point 1.
Cool.
What else would Griffin like to do?
So then I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to step through it. I'm not going to make the saving throw. I'm going to allow it to take me wherever 1 is. Interesting, and that's on the
Yes, ground level.
Ground level.
Is
Cool.
The portal numbered 1 is not the same thing as portal number 1. Is this
so the little orange number gives you the location. So portal number 2 goes to location 1. Does that make sense?
Cool. Yeah. And then can I make like a monster like if I wait, so moving through the portal would have been a move action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you can't split your movement, so I can't like get back up.
I mean, you can continue moving, so it would have put you there. So you could do 1, and then so technically you're 1 over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you've got 6.
Okay, and the ramp is low enough that I could just hop up here.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. I want to do that. I probably want to come back here, back to where I was, and then can I make a monster knowledge check on these like little imp dudes? Is that a free action or a minor? I can't remember.
So they're different checks. So a normal monster knowledge check. Click this here. This is something that I roll for you. It's a knowledge check. So This is a check. It doesn't take any sort of action, but you either know something or you don't know it. There's no sort of like investigating part. You can take a minor action to focus on something to try to figure out what something does. So that is a monster knowledge check, but that is I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to watch this thing and see what it does.
I'd like to do that as a minor action. I kind of want to like maybe I want to kind of focus on like their physiology and see if I can sort of figure out like if they have I want to see if they have any like resistances or vulnerabilities ideally, but you know, any information is good.
All right, so let me do the hidden check first.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that the imps are some sort of strange creature you're not very familiar with. You've heard stories of these sort of extraplanar creatures, but you've not heard them being from the wilds. You're pretty certain that they're not native to here.
Okay.
And you actually with the check that you got, you'd be able to know that these are devils.
Oh. So definitely not from the Feywild then.
Correct.
With all the wilds. Okay.
Great. So, and then you wanted to make an investigation check, right? You're spending a minor action to do that as well, or? Are you happy with it?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, yeah. I'd like to do specifically a minor to learn more if I can.
Sure. Okay. So you can tell the base creature is a devil, but they've had something done to them. A couple of the ones that showed that eye that opened in the middle of their head, the eye doesn't look like their other two eyes. And they have this strange sort of stuff that is running through them. You can see their veins kind of bulge, and it looks like there's something like a worm that's moving underneath their skin. These creatures look like they've been altered or changed. And you can see there is this sort of fanatical devotion, but also fear of the Sharn in the middle.
Okay. So I want to just kind of yell out to everybody something to the effect of, they're bloody devils, but not quite. Something's been done to them. I don't really understand.
Anything else from Griffle?
No, I think I'll hold my action point for now. That seems good to me.
Number 7. I mean, 1 is there right on the other side of a portal and isn't being yanked through a portal to be destroyed. So, see if I can solve this problem. 32 reflex, I believe, is going to connect.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Ain't broke, shoot it.
This is a ranged attack. Okay. Yep.
It is a ranged attack.
That'll hit.
All right, and then he's going to reel you in. Try to yank you through the portal. Make a saving throw, please.
All right, hang on. So I'm taking 14 damage for.
So, with a success, you do not get kind of pulled through, and it is going to continue its pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to get you to there.
Okay.
All right, the Infiltrator is going to use his super turn to not be dazed.
Super turn.
Phil, you're up.
Okay, fuck that guy. Yeah, this feels right. I'm gonna Rain of Blood on Imp 2 and 7.
Okay.
So +2 on that roll there. So let's see here. Miss on the first one, 24 on the second one versus Fortitude.
Nearly positive that's a connect. It is indeed. So, did it 17 damage?
17 and vulnerable 5 to all damage. Nice.
All right. He'll not be dazed for a second, but he will be vulnerable.
And then I'm going to action point.
I'm going to use vulnerable cold for vulnerable all because I don't actually think I have a vulnerable all.
Yeah, I think that's an issue we've encountered previously. I action pointed, and I'm going to cast Thunder of Judgment, targeting the Sharn Infiltrator, Corrupted Imp 2 and Corrupted Imp 7.
Okay.
Number
6 did not get initiative. So.
Is the Sharn Infiltrator larger than me?
Yes. Significantly so.
Oh, I would also, before I roll this, I would like to use Guidance of the Past on the attack roll for the Sharn Infiltrator.
Okay. I assume you mean
Wow.
Ghost.
No, it's called guidance, isn't it?
Oh, is
Well,
it?
that's a shit roll, anyways. The 20 versus fortitude hit Sharn Infiltrator.
20 fortitude does not hit the infiltrator.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, though.
23, yeah, 23 versus Imp 2.
2 and 7, right?
Huh?
That's number 2 and number 7, correct?
Yes, number 2 and number 7. 23 versus number 2. And it's actually there. I put the +2 in there actually. Okay, and then 19 versus the Imp 2,
and then 21 against the other.
And 21 versus the other. Yes.
He is bloodied.
Do I want to push them? Yeah. Can I push them all towards Imp 4? Just move them, I guess, in line with them. Actually, would it be better to?
Well, you can kind of.
Aren't they moving together?
You do this.
So you could go. Wait, isn't that too far? That's 4 squares.
Is it 3?
It's 3 squares.
So you can move this guy to here.
It should be thunder. Let me make sure that's still the same number. Con mod is still 3. Yeah, so yeah, that's perfect.
Cool.
And then minor action. Oh, let's roll a d2. D1 or 1, I hit Drock with a heal. 2, I hit. 1 a mini. You can have a heal.
Oh, thank you.
So we both got a heal?
No.
No.
That's fine.
Not for you. Healing word. Have 5 health plus a healing surge.
Thank you.
And then actually, if I walk to right here, wait. Oh, I have to go through the portal that way. Can I? Yeah. If I walk to here, Gary, will I be out of line of sight of the imps?
That's a 20-foot drop. So yes, you'll be out of line of sight, but you're going to fall off a cliff.
Wait. Oh, that's the ramp there. Oh, okay.
I
can't get.
You have to jump.
I can't get to the ramp without going through the portal or doing difficult terrain. That's correct?
Yes, you either need to go through difficult terrain or jump or go through the portal.
And if I were to step here, would that be considered partial cover from the imps up there?
From those, yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Morin, you're up.
Okay.
Hey,
yes.
1 second before Morin gets to go. 26.
Oh my god, you disgusting man.
Again, this is this guy's trait.
I know what it said. I just didn't consider. Why didn't I heal myself?
I don't ask these questions. Go ahead, Morin.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
So do we want to focus on killing the little guys, the big guy, or the portals?
The little guys are probably artillery classed, and they are going to fuck you if you keep them alive.
All right. So minor action. I'm going to curse. Corrupted Imp 5. And then I get to draw a shape.
What? Drawing shapes?
Yeah.
Huh?
5, 8, 9. Drawing shapes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you see that?
Oh, wow. Look at that. That's a whole shape.
How do I... Oh.
So you want to do that instead?
Do what?
Move the box.
Yeah, that's what Did I not just move the box?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing a little bit slower, I guess. So I'm going to use Spear of the Skylord. And oops. I get a +3 to my power, right? Because of Philly's power. My attack.
What was the question?
I get a +3 to my attack rolls because of power that you just used on your turn.
No, because he didn't blow it up on you. So he has to rain of blood on top of you for you to get the bonus.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So in that case, yeah.
So you will get
okay.
a bonus to damage on this guy.
Right. And he will be 1, 2, 3. He'll be the 4th target.
Yes.
Okay. So no advantage on him, but I do get advantage on him.
You have combat advantage against everyone except for the 1st and 3rd target.
Is he also incorporeal again?
He is insubstantial again, yes.
Insubstantial.
Oh, he's insubstantial again?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then before I do that, I'm going to use my minor to hit him with my Crown of Stars.
Okay. So when he took the days off, he went insubstantial again.
I see.
So you try to ping him to knock him out of it again?
Yeah.
Nice.
So 29 versus will
that
hit.
hits.
Okay.
Let's go.
So 6 radiant damage.
He is
Now Spear the Skylord, which I previously had almost gotten through the menus for. So the 1st and the 3rd targets I don't have combat advantage against.
Yes.
Okay. So the second one I do, 3rd one I don't. 4th one I do. And the 5th one I do.
How many are in there? How many bosses?
6. Okay, so
Ooh.
against Fortitude, so 14 against Imp 4.
That's a miss.
18 against. Okay, so that'll be half of 19 damage.
So you're hitting the 3rd target, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 5th target.
I'm hitting the 3rd and the 5th target?
Yes.
Okay, so I hit the Infiltrator. And I hit Imp 6.
So he takes 19. 7 dies. And then Imp 6 also dies.
Yes. Good.
Okay.
Nice.
So I hit the Sharn Infiltrator, so I proc my curse for an extra 6 damage. And he is knocked prone. The Infiltrator.
And a blob be prone.
Do you have a way that you do not provoke attacks for making area attacks?
For making area attacks?
Like ranged and area attacks. Do you have like an expertise or
yes, I do.
shadow armor?
Yep.
Wait, why didn't you attack me?
You walked by him.
Yeah, you moved.
Yeah, but I also made ranged attacks, no?
Yeah, but I thought you also had one of those. If you don't, then I should have attacked you beforehand.
My greatest secret is Gary not knowing my character.
He takes a bunch of damage.
He's knocked prone. The 2 imps that I missed takes half damage.
Yep, all the damage is on there.
Okay, so that was a minor and a standard, and then I'm gonna convert. Oh, and I cursed Imp 5 for my other minor, converting my move to a minor. But I don't see the purple marker on corrupted Imp 5.
It's because I put a blue. No, blue is the other one. Let me fix. There you go. Purple there.
And let me see. Never mind. Yeah, that's good. Good.
Yes, Foxy does have an action points. Imp number 4.
Gary, before you go, can I just ask a question? Because I'm trying to plan my turn. Can I stand? Where on this pillar can you actually stand? Like right on top of the snake here?
On top of the snake.
Do you see where I'm pointing with the arrow? Like, can I stand there?
Oh, yes. Yes, you can.
Perfect. Thank you.
But there's a gap, so you have to mine the gap. You have to jump it if you are going to get there, or teleport or whatever.
Yep.
Number 4. He is not. And number 2 is also prone, correct? Because he got hit.
Ooh,
Right.
could you push him off the edge?
Not
You.
prone. One, do you remember what imp shot you?
No. But I can scroll up.
No, they aren't marked with the.
They
He
aren't
just
marked.
rolls.
So try to remember when I harpoon you, who harpooned you, because I think
it was one of the dead ones for sure.
It pulled me past the portal.
It was either this one or the guy that was here. So I didn't know which one of these.
Oh, I actually think it was number 2.
I'm pretty sure it was number 2.
Was the other one the one that grabbed me then?
The one that is now number 4 is the one that grabbed you.
Okay.
No, actually, the one that died would have been the one that grabbed you, so you're not grabbed.
Perfect.
7. Yeah, let's fix that. Morin, you just did a bunch of damage, so Morin, you're getting a poison tether.
Sure.
21 reflex.
Nope.
Imp 4.
He like sees the rope and he's like swats it away. Yeah.
Okay. So I am tethered to Imp 2?
Correct.
Okay.
You're currently
Who's
immobilized.
Currently laying on the ground.
Great.
If you act fast, you might be able to pull the tether gun to you.
And so Imps 3 and 5 are dazed, is that right?
Imp 2, 5, and 3 are all dazed.
And what does the 2 on it mean? Is that the save ends or that's the end of
Save
whoever's
ends.
next? Okay. All right. And then the infiltrator is still immobilized?
He is immobilized and prone, and he is currently substantial.
And currently substantial. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Corrupted Imp 4. Sorry, what does the lock mean? I think I missed that one too.
The lock is just for me. It's letting me know that he's used his spine shot.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do Living Missile with the Imp 4.
And this is for everybody in general. If you see a lock on a token, you can completely ignore it. I mean, you don't have to, but it's only for me. It's letting me keep track of their abilities.
Okay.
Living Missile on who?
On 4. That's so bad.
15 versus Fortitude is unfortunately not going to connect.
Yeah. Okay. So he's slowed. Save ends. That's what I got.
One, what was your plan with that? I have a question.
I was gonna throw him into the infiltrator.
I think you still can, right? Isn't it a minor?
No, it's got to hit.
It's got a hit.
To make him to be able to use the minor, she's got to hit.
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
No, you don't have to hit.
Oh.
What?
Wait, what's the point?
No, that
Effect.
doesn't make sense.
Effect. While the target is immobilized or slowed by this power, you can use Living Missile. So he's slowed instead of immobilized.
Oh. I always thought you had to hit with it.
I feel like we've not
done that right.
done that right in the past.
Yeah.
I legitimately don't think she's ever missed.
That's also possible.
Because I'm pretty sure I would not have forgotten that.
That'd be a pretty bad daily.
That would be pretty bad daily. I just assumed it was like so good when it works that it was.
No. I mean, they aren't immobilized, so it's not as good because immobilized is better than slowed. But the you can still definitely do the Living Missile part of it.
Well, then let's do it. I did just roll it, so into the infiltrator.
Oof. 28 does hit. That is 14 damage in the secondary target who's already prone. So 7 to this guy and 14 to the infiltrator. Who is
Both of those targets are prone, but the infiltrator is more prone than the other.
extra prone.
Very prone.
Very prone to falling down.
LOL.
Anything else?
No, well, wait, so I'm immobilized, so I cannot move, so.
Correct.
Yep.
You could make a skill
Oh.
check on one of the portals.
Oh, that's true. Also, I'm sure that this cannot matter, but I do have +2 to attack, so that should have been a 17.
Yep, it's not enough. I did check.
Oh, you did check. Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah, let's try to mess with the portal. It's unlikely to be effective, but
So you do have 1 empty square between you and it.
Yep.
2 squares, right? No.
2.
Yes, 2 squares.
So it's minus
minus-
4.
-4.
Okay. But I'll use my move action, and I'll roll Arcana because that seems.
What are you trying to do? So you announce what your thing is first.
Oh, okay.
So you can either stabilize a player. Right? If you use it on yourself, then you don't take any penalty, or use it on filibuster, you take the -4, stuff like that. Or you can stabilize the portal, or you can try to destroy the portal.
Yeah, maybe I'll just try to stabilize myself since I will not take a penalty.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll do Arcana. Here we go.
All right, 24. I think that hits it pretty easily. Yep. So you get, and kind of keep track of it however you want to. I was going to use like the orange symbol to be stabilized. So you are now stabilized, so you get to roll twice and take the higher if you want to avoid being teleported.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Imp number 3. Way back here. Doesn't have his spine volley. Doesn't see. Well, 1, 3. Well, he can do that. He's going to come down here. He can get to there. And then he's going to tether shot on Morin. 32 versus your reflex.
On Morin, you're pointing
Morin.
to. Okay.
I was removing your immobilized because you're not tethered anymore.
Okay.
Pretty sure that hits.
I feel pretty good about it.
Yep.
Should I have tried to save against my tether?
You should, yes.
Okay, let me do that real quick.
So that hits 15 points of poison damage, and then he is going to reel you in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Saving throw, please. Seven. That is not a success.
So is this going to attempt to immobilize or restrain me?
This is the shot immobilizes or restrains you, yes.
What about the portal?
It is not. It's just teleporting you.
Okay. So it's like I can't use my phylactery of action to re-roll that.
Correct.
Okay.
Although you are no longer going to be tethered because you get put way the hell over here.
And you fall.
Yes. So it is going to put you. So it puts you 30 feet into the air, coming out of Portal 4.
Okay.
Was that 30 feet above the ring or 30 feet?
So 10 feet above the ring, 20 feet above the floor. The floor being the important part for taking fall damage.
Mm-hmm. That's only
So
like
you'll-
3 stories. You're fine.
Ooh. You only took 6 damage, so
I'll take it.
3d10, and I rolled a total of 6.
Like that. What's that physics joke? It's not the velocity that kills you, it's the inertia. Is that what it is?
It's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop at the end.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a. I don't know. Never mind. One might know. I don't know if you know the math problem.
Vaguely, but I don't remember what it is.
All right. He is done. Drock, you're up.
All right, Gary, I've already used my utility 6 for the day, right, with the summer night. I have
Correct.
utility 9 that I'm not planning on using, so can I use winged weapon in its place?
You do not have a utility 9. You have a daily 9.
Oh, I have a daily 9. So I can't use winged weapon, hey?
Correct. Until you get to level 10, you don't have an extra utility slot.
Well, that ruins all my plans.
I mean, you're not immobilized anymore.
I know, but I want to teleport across. If I use the inconstant location attack, like, do I actually have to be attacking someone, or can I just use it to get the stance?
Unfortunately, you have to be attacking. Now, it is not that hard of a athletics check to jump across.
All right, I'm going to jump across.
So the question here is, are you going to take a running start?
How much of a difference does that make?
It's a DC 20 instead of a DC 10. So, but it's going to take all of your movement to get to here. So you're not going to be able to get to him. You'll have to like charge to get to him.
I'll do the running start though. Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. So first thing, he's going to get a -2 to this, but he'll smack you. Miss horribly.
Yeah, perfect. All right.
And move charge. DC 10 athletics check.
Yeah, let's see if I can roll.
I don't want to say it should be nearly impossible to fail.
Sigh. Like the one. Anyway, sure. I'll charge. And I have +2 to him still, right?
I mean, yeah, he's prone, so you have technically +3. That's
Okay.
crit.
Perfect.
23 points of damage.
All right, I'm good. I'm done.
He begins his normal turn. So he is going to start by becoming insubstantial. Fuck all this. And he's not dazed. Going to stand up from being prone. He is going to move portals.
Oh, sorry, Gary. I didn't use my minor. Can I, since I'm beside him, put on my Balmind's Demand and mark him?
No.
Why not?
Because your turn ends when you charge.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
If it wasn't for that, then yeah, of course. But you wouldn't. I think Balmind's Demand is only range like 2 or 3, so you can't do it on the other side of the thing.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be in range.
Burst 3. Yeah, wouldn't have been. Yeah.
What does he want to do?
Murder.
1, 2, 3. All right, so 1, I need you to make a saving throw.
Okay. And because I stabilize myself, I roll 2, right?
Roll twice, take the higher. Yep.
Okay. I did it.
You do not get teleported.
Right.
Let's see. Need to do some fun stuff here so we can get to there. So since that Portal 3 is not obeying him, he is going to detonate Portal 3.
Oh man. Other really scream.
That didn't work. There we go.
Oh.
So he could have. The goal was to get it to there, so I had to move through 1 to do it. So 21 versus Will, which I think is going to miss on one of many.
It does.
And then 25 versus Will on Phil.
One second. I don't remember. That misses.
Whew. That's unhelpful. He already stood.
Wait a second. Is this is an aberration creature?
It is an aberrant creature, correct.
I got hit by an attack I should not have been.
I mean, it's a giant Iker monster with 3 heads.
Yeah.
That's glowing yellow.
Around it. I feel like
I feel stupid. Yeah, the last will attack he did against me should not have hit, but that's okay.
He says.
Let's see.
Philly's greatest secret. He doesn't know his own character.
Yeah, it's extremely true.
So he is going to do 2 attacks. First attack is going to be a melee against Drock, and then he's going to make a choice. Drock, 29 versus your will.
Yeah, it hits.
So he's going to slide you into the portal, make a saving throw.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh. Big Prince.
2 crits in a row, guys. Like, it couldn't last.
Doesn't that already have a portal roll in it, or did you roll again for a different reason?
No. So I had to
Place
figure out
and
where
height.
he was getting thrown to.
Oh, area 2.
Yes.
Wait, what's the okay?
And it's now on the map. It's up here.
So
He's going to fall 30 feet and take 17 extra damage.
Oh my god.
So Morin, you're prone. I'm sorry. When you take fall damage, you would go prone. So Morin and Drock are both prone.
And prone just means I have to spend a move action to stand up?
Yes.
Okay.
So now that he doesn't have anything next to him to possibly cause him problems, he's going to shoot a ranged attack. And that guy in the corner, Filibuster, looked like he needs to get shot. So looks like 1 shot at Filibuster. So 1 or 2 creatures, 1 at 1 and 1 at Phil. So Phil, that's 32 versus your fortitude.
I believe that will hit.
17 versus 1's fortitude, which I assume misses.
That's not.
Oh, ouch.
Yep.
Phil, make save throw for me, please.
Okay. 1 second.
And one of many. Make save throw for me, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Saving throw. Where's that button? There it is. That's an 8. Oh, wait.
I made it.
That's your 8.
It's my.
Thank God.
All right, so 1, you get hit. He slides you forward off of the ledge, and you take an additional 7 points of damage and land prone. Filibuster, he does not yeet you off the platform into the forest below.
Hooray.
And that's it for his turn.
If memory serves, it's several hundred feet.
It's 200 feet.
Jesus.
So that'd be 20 d10s?
20 d10, yeah.
I'm okay.
I mean, you're standing next to a cliff, so...
I'm not standing. I'm unconscious.
Being unconscious next to a cliff is so much better.
Well, at least I don't know what's happening.
Is dazed and prone. He can't really go after him. Oh, he can shoot Drock, I guess, at a -4. Sure. Well, he's got spine volley technically, so he can shoot.
I thought they were trying to save me or leave me alive.
They can choose to do non-lethal when they knock your ass out.
Oh.
His nameplate appears Filibuster. His nameplate is on, yes.
He's at 0 health.
Really weird. So he's going to do spike shots, 1 at Drock, 1 at Griffle. And Drock's going to be at a -4. So -4. Of course. Drock, I don't know why the dice hate you so much.
I don't know.
You really need that help from Summer. Like, so 30 against Griffle. So 30 Griffle, that's 14 points of poison damage. And then the crit will be 26 points of poison damage to Drock.
Wait, 26?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm actually at 0. Perfect.
Oh no.
Imp numero uno. Okay. I'll beat it.
Well, guys, it was a fun campaign.
I said not to kill Drock. Drock is dying. This is not a very effective army.
He's going to choose to do non-lethal. Yeah. So when you get knocked out, he's not going to choose to kill you.
You just threw me in the back corner for picking up later. Got it.
Yeah, the only thing they couldn't have made non-lethal would be the fall damage from being yeeted through a portal. So this guy, he really only has one target, and it's going to be Griffle. So Griffle shot at you for Poison Tether. 23 against your reflex, Griffle?
That's a hit.
So 13 poison damage and immobilize save ends.
Okay.
And then he's going to try to reel you through the portal. Can he avoid that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, he doesn't know where that portal goes. So.
Oh, you put it on me. Cool.
So you know where the portal goes. Do you choose?
Yeah. Okay. Boom.
No longer immobilized because he didn't have line of effect to you.
Oh, perfect. That's amazing. Yeah, I will not even bother making the saving throw.
Cool. So you're taking damage, but the real will. That's it for him. Amp number 5 is dazed. He's only got one target that he can really shoot. So he's going to shoot the one target he can. One of any.
All right.
Spine shot at you. -2. 14 is going to miss, I assume.
Is going to miss.
Griffle, you're up.
She's gonna run up the stairs for the 3rd time this fight.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's fine. It's all planned. Okay, so I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna 1, 2, 3. Can I go 3? Diagonal here.
1, 2. Yes, that would work. That's 3.
4. 5, 6. Right? Yeah. I think that's what I got.
You can get to here.
Okay, cool. So I can get like.
You don't have to be there if you don't want to. I don't know what your plan is.
Yeah, no. So like I have I know what I want to do. I'm just not sure which group I want to do it on. So what I might do. Yeah, I think I'll go here. I'm gonna drop a heal on Philly.
Okay.
Why? What?
I was gonna use my thing to get up, but if you do,
you had to have used that now. So
no, I have 2 of them. You have one that happens when I hit 0, and I have one that happens at the start of the turn.
Gotcha. Well, I think you're the only person that you can reach. That.
Yeah.
7
plus what's my thingy?
And then for my standard action, I would really love to do a running leap to move into the square here. But it's 8 away. What would if I were to run and leap and kind of charge in? Is that I don't I'm not super clear on the rules around like jumping mid-charge or like.
So basically, the only rule is that you can't break the normal number of movement that you would be able to do unless there's some extenuating circumstance.
Okay.
Like if you're jumping down from the top of a building, you can go further than your movement because you're falling for some part of it. This part, you're not. You would need to basically you're going to need to action point to get there.
Okay.
Do you still have that ranged attack, or did you drop that?
No, I don't have. Yeah, that would have been really useful actually. Be able to teleport over this thing would have been great. But that's okay. In that case, I will drop my standard to a move, and I would like to make a running jump to land on the other side.
Okay.
So I should be able to do that from here. Yeah, I should be able to land in the square here.
Yep.
Yep. Do I need to make an athletics check or?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure you can fail it, but yes.
Cool. I've rolled 3 19s on my skill checks this session.
You definitely not fail. You are going to provoke an attack of opportunity in the air, though.
Okay.
That's actually hilarious.
So as you kind of jump onto the platform, the Sharn reaches his hand backwards, and then you see one of the claws reach forward through the portal, through Portal 4, and
swats your ass. You literally got swatted.
29 versus Will is definitely going to be a hit. 17 psychic damage. And he slides me a square? Okay.
So here's the part where it's the question of like when you do the jump. If you're moving and charging, you can do a jump as part of the action. So if you are, my question to you is this part of a charge? Like, are you going to be charging once you get here?
I think I would like to action point to get into melee with him. Yeah.
Okay. So because of that, it would be happening during this. So he's going to be happening during the air. So when you're moving in the air from this square to this square is when you provoke, and it's going to move you back, and then you're going to be able to continue the charge.
Okay, cool. All right.
What it effectively does is adds 1 extra square you have to clear, so it increases the DC of your athletics check by 5. But you smashed it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, and then I'll make my MBA. Pardon?
He tries to bat you off the platform, and you just keep coming anyways.
Cool. And there's my MBA.
26 definitely connects for 15 points of damage.
I have not quarried him, and none of the dice popped, so no bonuses.
And he is insubstantial, so he does not take the full brunt of the.
There's no valid target for the bonus, so that's all good. We're done. Sorry, that was a bit of a long turn.
You did have a minor action. Oh, no, you were spent it to heal Filibuster. Okay.
Yes.
All right. The infiltrator sees Griffle kind of land next to them. And then you see one of the arms pull back from the portal, and that little sort of ichor covered flesh comes towards you, and you see its hand breaking and twisting into a star. And then it says to you, "You will see what we do with traitors." And then it tries to slash down at you. Wow, he's gonna miss. Second swing. Oh, second swing has to be a different target. Does he have a different target? No. So he can't make 2 attacks. So he can't make the second swing because he doesn't have a second target.
What was I was like
So he can make.
So when he's like, "We'll see what you do with traitors," I'll be like, "Ha! I'll see what we do with a loser."
He only gets 1 action on the super turn. Filibuster, you're up.
I stand. If I can stand. Yeah, let's see. Stand. I cast Fires of Judgment. Centered on Griffle. Cool. Yep. 22 versus reflex versus the infiltrator. I feel like that does not hit.
We're looking at 22 reflex on the infiltrator. I don't believe that connects. Double check. 22 reflex does not, unfortunately. The 21 against reflex against his little buddy does.
Yes.
You actually did more damage because there were bloodied allies in the burst.
It has happened.
Wow.
Give me just 1 second here. Okay. Do I even have a minor action that I can do? So I can't move. Can I minor action attempt this? Well, Griffel's far, so no, right? It'd be like minus a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can do it on myself.
You can. You're doing like stabilized portal or stabilized self?
Stabilize self. And I'll use Arcana. So that's no penalty?
Correct. No penalty.
23.
23 is success. So you get the marker that you'll be hard to teleport.
That will be my turn.
Warren, you're up.
All right, I'm going to stand up. And can I see the infiltrator from down here?
You cannot.
Okay. Can I see anything from down here?
You can see one.
Okay. Fantastic.
I don't know if you have any. Warlocks get a lot of teleportation powers. I don't know if you have any yet.
I don't. So I guess I'll convert my standard to a move. And
so the other question is, do you have any big bursts or blasts left?
I have an area burst.
Area burst what in what?
1 within 10 squares.
Okay. So you can see above. So you can basically launch it. Again, think of like the angles, right? You can throw it in the air above where the infiltrator is because you know where he is.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be able to target him directly, but you'd be able to throw it near enough to him to be able to hit him.
Okay.
Or the imp, either one. But
because this would be like 2 of movement.
Would a 23 versus reflex hit on your Fires of Judgment?
Yes.
23 versus reflex would have connected. Yes.
Okay.
Hang on. This is gonna Morin. The confusion here might not be a problem.
Cool. So that would be fantastic.
23 versus reflex instead of 22 versus reflex gets the words "describe your kill."
Oh, really? Wait. How long has this thing been bloodied?
A while.
I had no idea. Be like, I'll just say, it's good seeing you again. I'm sure I'll see you many times more. Goodbye. And I will burn him to ash.
So he detonates. You see this, like, it kind of looks like a balloon swells up and then pops, and there's this rush of psionic energy away from it that feels just dirty and disgusting. 1 second. So the wave goes through, detonates, and then all of the little creatures, as the big one dies, they turn towards the middle and they see it, and you hear them cry out in Abyssal, Eki, Eki Yai, Eki Yai! And then you see their bodies start to disintegrate and deform. Although his body, it looked like it exploded, like it was destroyed. Theirs don't look like it. Theirs look like they phase away and get shifted elsewhere to another place, as if they were plane shifted more than anything else. So,
Morin from below. How's it going up there?
I give you
So-
a thumbs up.
Wait, you're
One's
down
on-
here with me.
so
From the ground.
that's the end of the combat. And then we will take a short rest in and out of game. I'm gonna do lights with my daughter real quick. So let's come back let's make it a full 10 minutes. Let's come back at 25.
Sounds good.
I was really worried about that fight for a bit.
Yeah, I was pretty worried. That's kind of why I spent all my effort to get over there and just bonk him. Because I was like, we got to do something.
Well, I tried to, and then he's just like, poof, go away. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
So on a short rest, I'd come back and not be out of it, right?
Sorry, what was that?
Like on a short rest, I'd come back alive, right? Not be knocked out.
I think you go to 1, and then, or no, you can go to 0 and spend healing surge. I think we can
At the
assume
end of
that like
combat,
somebody
if you
gets
are
over to
on-
you.
If you're at the end of combat, if you're unconscious, you are stabilized.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Which just means you go to 0. And then whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What is my... I just did this math. I'm so stupid. 13 times 3. 39? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Plus 39. Oh. Careful, have you done the reverse dragon riding races yet?
Reverse dragon riding races.
Yeah, they added them this patch.
No.
I'm a dragon riding god.
Okay.
I love dragon.
I have basically like lost interest. Hey.
Oh, okay.
I have so many other things going on right now. Okay, so I went and unlocked the Horde Allied races because I hadn't
That is
done that in ages.
That is a commitment.
Yeah, and then I've just made one of each of the, because I have all the Alliance Allied races. I just made one of each of the Horde Allied races, and basically the only way that I'm interacting with WoW at the moment is like I log on once a day to repost my auctions, and then if I've got time, I might do like a dungeon on one of those characters.
Yeah.
And then I'm just too tired to do anything else, so I just.
My job is so boring. I'm actually trying to get a new job because they don't have me do anything at work, which is so funny because all I do all day is play World of Warcraft. Which sounds like the ideal job, but it's actually fucking brain melting.
There was a time in my life where I no-lifed the fuck out of WoW super hard. It was like the only thing I had going for me, and I no-lifed it specifically because it was the only thing I had going for me, because everything else in my life was really shit at the time.
Yeah,
but it's not fulfilling, right? There was always a deep sense of I want to do something that I feel like it matters. And it sucked to just be in limbo all the time.
Yeah. So
So, like, I feel
literally
ya.
on Friday I answered one email. That was my entire work day. I've
Wow.
asked my boss. I was like, "Hey, is there a project I can work on?" They're like, "No,
What
we're
do
like
you do
restructuring."
for a living?
I work at a tech startup. They recently laid off 4 of our 10 employees, so we're at essentially 40% of our workforce.
Ooh.
And at that point, I was like, okay. And then they're like, okay, we're gonna restructure, recenter the business and refocus. And I was like, okay, goodbye. So I've been trying to find a new job. I have an interview on Monday, actually.
Cool. Good luck.
I think the main reason they're keeping me around is because my main coworker is going on a maternity leave soon, and basically I would have to like step in. I mean, we already work very closely, but we both like do nothing all day. So, but they're keeping me around because like I'm the main person to cover for her.
Yeah.
And do you
But
code or like do support or?
I do support, success, random odd job tasks. Like I do video editing. I do all sorts of shit. I'm just like a gopher.
That's
Right.
fair.
So you're like,
I do everything but code, basically.
okay.
Yeah, but if I get this new job, it's like a 30 to 35K a year increase, and I was like, goodbye.
Nice. What's the job for?
There's a software company called Descript. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's a audio and video editing software that's sort of an alternative to Adobe products.
Yeah.
I would call it an alternative. That's maybe not exactly true, but it's a company I really like. I actually use their software pretty often, and
Cool.
I'm kind of excited. So we'll see how that goes.
Just get Sony Vegas.
What?
Said just get Sony Vegas.
Just get Sony Vegas. Yeah, but I've just been like slowly withering away, playing a lot of World of Warcraft. Like literally the past 3 weeks have been like nothing.
I get it.
Whereas I have been specifically not playing WoW because I have to do a bunch of other stuff in real life.
Yeah, imagine having a child.
Weird. Imagine having 2 of them and one of them just got out of the hospital.
One is hard enough, Gary.
Listen, so Gary, like I went to bed last night, fucking exhausted, and slept like maybe 2 hours, and then I got up in the morning. Like I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to tend to the dog. Actually, I'd been up like several times in the night to tend to the dog, and the whole time I was just thinking, is this what having a kid is like? Because fuck that.
A kid is worse.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, like I know.
Right now,
I have 2 younger brothers, and I helped raise them, so like I have some idea.
Right now, we have to wake up every 3 hours to give her medicine. So she has to take medicine every 3 hours, even throughout the night. So I've got an alarm set for every 3 hours. Get up, give her medicine, go give her medicine, try to go back to sleep.
Is it like a throat healing medicine or something?
It's just pain meds, but like if you don't, especially for real little kids, if you don't keep on top of it, it's really rough, really fast. But the way the surgery works is the most painful part doesn't happen until basically tomorrow. It's about 3 days out is when the swelling and the pain is at its worst. So she's got extra meds that we'll have to sort of decide tomorrow whether we're gonna do. One and Griffle, I don't know if one's back yet, but Griffle, could you take a short rest, or can you have Griffle take a short rest?
Yeah. My apologies.
Gary, at least you're lucky. When Ronan broke his arm, I don't know why, but Canada, major shortage of all pain meds for kids. My parents actually contemplated driving down into Montana to buy them.
We actually do have a pretty big shortage of pain meds for kids.
Really?
It's been going on for quite a while, and we've been actively trying to get it when we can. So we had previously gotten like 4 bottles stocked up of each of the 2 types of pain meds. So
interesting, because
would have been a problem.
Yeah, we when it happened here, we heard in the States it was fine.
So it's not as bad, but like if you go to the store, the chances you'll be able to find infant or kids Tylenol or Motrin is very, very low. The reason that we were able to get it is because I have a friend of mine that works at a grocery store and had him pull a couple off the shelves for me.
Nice. Yeah, we had to find friends in Edmonton, and they found some somewhere, and then met. Well, I guess friends from Peace River actually, and we met in Edmonton. They were there, and we were there, and they brought meds from somewhere.
Also, this is, I don't know if that same is true for like the more, I don't know how hardcore meds you got. If it was just normal Tylenol, if it was Tylenol 3 or something, but because a broken arm's probably a little bit more painful than tonsils.
Yeah, we like the shelves were empty. Period. We bought whatever we could whenever we could. We had zero planning time either. Like at least you knew something was probably gonna come. I mean, a broken arm's a broken arm. It sucks.
I mean, we knew something was gonna happen eventually. But when we went into the doctors, they were like, "Yeah, just letting you know, we're scheduling surgeries for August." So
yeah, right.
And I was like, "Shit." And then they looked at the throat and they're like, "Yeah, definitely not waiting till August." So they scheduled it for March. And then on the drive home, they called us and were like, "Yeah, we showed the doctor the pictures of what her throat looks like and gave her the full rundown. So the surgery's tomorrow at 6 a.m."
I feel like T has just like inherited your propensity for strange medical shit.
I hope not to the fullest extent, but the tonsil thing was it was difficult to get people to take me seriously and be like, "No, we really have to do something. She can't barely eat." Because I feel like if they didn't see her, they were like, "Yeah, her tonsils are swollen." But then when they saw it, they're like, "Oh, her tonsils are so swollen that it's almost obstructing her airway." Like her like, you have the little thing that hangs the back of your throat is pressed against the soft palate. Like it's pushed into the soft palate in her mouth. It's completely pushed her uvula out of her mouth. Like this needs to be solved like now. And once we finally got a doctor that like could do it, they were like, "Oh yeah, 100% needs to be solved right now. We're on it." Like, thank you. All right, so Morin's here, Griffle's here, Drock and Philbus are talking, so I think that's everybody.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see the one up back.
That's fine. The only person not on there is Griffle, who I know is here. So, the creatures go away, and one of many, I sent you the translation.
Yes.
And
they said they did not want to go back.
And they were banished. All right. Got these portals. Where to for now? What do you want to do next?
So where I am, can I easily get back on the ring, or am I like in some weird area?
So there is a little thing that extends outward from this central ring. There's a little the map is actually quite accurate of what this looks like.
Okay.
And then in front of you, there is a massive glowing portal.
Oh, I see. Okay. So now that this guy's dead, does the smells in the room change?
Yes. When he popped, that smell of decay pretty much immediately vanished. All that's left behind is the that bakery smell. The smell of like freshly made pastries.
Perfect. And is that now behind me in the portal or just kind of everywhere?
A little bit of it is everywhere, but since you got close to the portal, when you walk kind of away from the portal to get back to the rest of the group, you can tell that the smell is coming from the portal.
Okay. And last question from me, and I'll let others talk for a bit. Is there anything, because this guy was like focused on this central pillar, is there anything special about this pillar we can notice?
So one of the things that was a little hard to understand is that he was in the middle of the pillar, but his focus was on the portal on the far side. So he was sort of and on the pillar, Griffle, you can see around his corpse there are tons of implements here. There's a couple of books that are open. There's a bunch of things that are sort of laid out like a partially completed ritual.
And I will relay to the group that the nasty smell is gone, and that the smell continues through the portal.
I put that back on there for just a second
He's in
because I
the
wanted
trees.
to see. So, Griffel, you'd be able to recognize that one of those books, is written in deep speech, but it definitely looks like a ritual book.
Oh, okay. I'll pick it up.
Feels slightly greasy, but it feels like physically greasy, not like hurting your soul greasy.
Okay.
Like the pages are a little odd. Maybe overly
I
waterproof.
think someone speaks deep speech in the party, right?
I don't think anyone does.
Well, it's worth hanging on to. I'm probably going to give it to one at the first opportunity, or one or Philly.
Now, Philly might correct me, but I do not believe, according to my notes, that you guys have any form of either being able to speak deep speech or having one of the codices to be able to translate deep speech.
We
Is that
have
correct?
none. Yeah, none.
I believe that is correct.
But having a ritual caster, even though you don't know the language that it's written in, you can recognize that it is got several rituals in it, and 4 of the rituals are pretty detailed, and you'd be able to basically see the beginning and end point of the ritual, even if you can't understand what it does.
Okay.
What to now?
If Griffel uses the helm to
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You're really quiet, yeah.
I'm really quiet.
Yes,
that's better.
Okay. If Griffel uses the helm to sense planes, would she still get that feeling of like a bunch of planes inside of each other, or does it seem like
Yeah,
that was
is
the
that
portal?
still happening? That's a great call out.
Yes, and now that there's no imminent danger at hand, you can feel you're in basically the top of the fold. So this pocket dimension has a bunch of pieces that feel like the Feywild, and you're at the top of. You called it like a sandwich earlier. Think of you're on the top piece of bread, and you can feel that through that portal is the next layer down.
Okay. Griffel's pretty keen to see the next layer down, guys.
As is Morin.
Is there anything else here? Like, one, if you use any like arcane senses or magic detect, like, is there anything else in this room that stands out?
What was the book, by the way?
The ritual book?
It's a ritual. It's what was laying on the center pillar that the Sharn was using to cast some sort of ritual.
I see. How much of a rush are we in, team?
Oh, we could wait a little while.
Why would
like
you
an
think?
hour?
An
4?
hour.
Could I cast object reading on the book here?
I mean, if the group wants to wait an hour to cast an object reading, you can. One, could you, when you get a second, Spencer, just to get health back?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to do an object reading, you can.
Can we wait an hour, team? Or we don't have to.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is, you can do it now. The book is roughly human sized, so you can. I'm going to make the assumption you're taking the book with you, so you could also take the book with you and do the object reading elsewhere as well.
That's true. But I guess we can wait.
Human size isn't like a normal book size, not a book the size of a human.
Okay.
Sorry.
The pages feel weird, but other than that, it feels like a normal book.
Book for human.
Yes. So yes, object reading sounds like a good idea. Although I would say you can take the object with you, so you have another spot of downtime.
Have we met anyone that can speak deep speech?
That's probably the answer to that is probably yes. Have we explicitly asked? No.
Do we not? Okay.
So Griffle, you see this huge portal in front of you, and you can feel through the helm that it's the entrance to another layer.
I will stick with Griffle this time.
All right. Alley-oop! Just leap through.
So you go to step forward, and kind of with the mindset of like stepping through the last portal, it felt like you just walk through like a normal doorway. There was some physical barrier there, but this one, you just slam into a wall, and there's a ripple of runes in the air that extend out from every direction that stops you about 5 feet from the front of the portal.
Oh. Ow!
Brock, you're up.
Yeah, I will do the same thing and see if it lets me through because I'm the Summer Knight.
So you step forward, and then you guys can see there are thousands of runes in Elven that ripple out away from Drock. And you see several of the runes sort of twist around him and settle onto and then into his skin and vanish. There is a humming of the air, and Drock is now standing in what is pretty obviously like a tunnel of energy. Around him to either side, there's just a wash of these green gold runes, like a huge magical shield, and he's standing in a hole in the barrier.
Hey Gary, is there like a baby monitor or something on behind you?
Yes, I can't turn it off. But...
Oh, okay. Just figured I'd ask.
Yes, sorry.
All good. So now that this is open, Griffle, can you enter?
Let's try.
So Griffle, you can't enter next to him, but you can basically go to where like stand close to Drock and go through the hole that is sort of around his body. So in game terms, you'd have to walk through his square in order to do it. But you can walk through the barrier in front of the ring. And then when you walk through that barrier, you can feel the power of this open portal. And it looks really weird now that you're through the barrier. It kind of has this big mass of rippling water. But now that you're through here, the helm is sending you that this is a true portal.
Oh.
You've never
like
seen these.
An interplanar portal?
Like a traditional, actual functional portal. A lot of the things that get used like portals don't actually work like that. There'll be little gateways into the private dimensions, like the Bag of Holding and things like that. Or people use spin discs. They use spin discs because they're very reliable, because they can get you from A to B. This is a normal portal. People don't use these things anymore because they're very unreliable. You're just as likely to end up near the correct plane as on the correct plane. The rest of the group would have remembered taking a true portal once before when they left Celestia.
Mm.
So Griffle, like the helm, sends you this weird sort of almost reverence of the portal.
Okay. And I can go through it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna like directly, like I'm gonna address the helmet. I'm gonna say it out loud and be like, "This is for you, buddy," and just walk through.
Okay. You walk through. As soon as you walk through, the temperature in the air goes from being kind of a hot, humid jungle to being frigid. Like it's multiple degrees below zero in this room. When you step forward and the shock of it sort of washes over your senses, around you there is a huge chamber of ice. Now, my question for the rest of the group is, everybody else coming in after her, or are you kind of letting her go ahead like she did last time?
This time, Morin is definitely following closer.
Yeah, I would follow.
So is everybody coming through?
Yeah, I was just going to let the party go, make sure the portal doesn't like close and block anyone, and then follow through as close as possible.
guess I'm gonna put that back where it goes.
Gary, is this battle map the same from the same set as the Celestia one?
It is not, actually.
Oh, really? It's very similar, like art style.
I spent a lot of time getting these. But the Ori the Cartographer does a bunch of really cool stuff. For example, the next map that we're going to is also one of Ori's maps.
The temple was an Ori map as well, right?
I don't think so. It might be. I think that the Ori that one was a slightly different one. Hey. Please chillax.
No, she's getting murdered.
1 second.
She's getting murdered.
Or about to be.
Hyperion Golem.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Yo, the like weird fly looking thing on the top side of the map is this.
Wait, is it? It's meant to be all like blurry, right?
No?
No.
No? Okay, let me refresh again.
This is a very similar perspective to the Hall of Companions art.
So when you guys come through, you get that incredible frozen temperature, that incredible drop of temperature. And I want to give a description of what this thing looks like. To a certain extent, there is this feeling of mirroring of the place you just were. You're on this sort of bridge area, and then you see the stairs leading up. Instead of the ramps like there were before, there are these larger stairs going up. And then off to either side, there are these very slow, languid-moving ponds that give you the sense that they're frozen. The tops of them have like layers upon layers of shards of ice. And these sort of lily pads are kind of crushed and crumpled and fold back open on the layers of ice. In front of you, if you went straight and you didn't go up, there is this massive orange crystal. And the crystal extends out in every direction. The thing is hundreds of feet across, and it's probably hundreds of feet tall. But it is encased in this huge circular ring of ice. And you can see layer upon layer of rings, of circles of the ice, where it's all focused inward. And this whole thing gives the feel of a binding, of a circle within a circle within a circle, closing everything around this central piece of this bright orange stone. Standing on either side of the huge stone, of this huge crystal, are 3 enormous golems. They have that look from the creatures, they are from the building outside. They're huge and metallic and covered and coated in rust. And you can see pieces of them have chunks that have like chunks of flesh and dried blood, pieces of creatures long since impaled and destroyed on their bodies. And the 3 golems are standing, looking towards the center of the room, staring into the massive crystal at its center. So, basic description. I will say that be able to see the far side of the room, kind of where the chair and sort of that all that stuff is, like all this up here, you're going to have to go up top to be able to really see better. But other than that, do people have questions about the room?
I have a question. Is the smell of rust apparent now?
Yes.
Does it remind me of the rusty smell of the water on Prosperity when we opened? Banger.
Mm.
So Morin will point at the giant crystal and say, "Does this remind you of the ice that encased the queen?"
I don't know, does it?
Gary?
No. It
The
doesn't
crystal,
really remind
no,
Michael.
but the ice, yes.
Can we see the 3 rings or the multiple rings?
Yeah, I mean, so everything here is translucent. So kind of like before, where you wouldn't be able to, if this was normal, you would not be able to see through it. But because it's clear, you can see the ring pretty easily.
Would that remind me of the ritual circle that Marcel made in his little lab in Faith?
Yes. It's not the same thing by any means, but the same style, I guess you'd say. So the one in the lab was very much three concentric rings that all did something slightly different that were all focused in the middle. This looks like the same thing. These three massive ritual circle rings all focused to the center.
Sure.
Do we recognize the ritual?
Not from down here.
And the golems are totally inert and definitely not going to come to life and kill us, right?
Yeah, they don't seem to be paying attention to you guys at the moment.
Cool.
I will approach and go up the stairs. You know, they're protecting Summer Knight's interest or Summer's interest. I'm a Summer Knight. They should be fine.
Very brazen. You think the summer court hangs out in a frozen room?
I don't know. What's the worst that can
happen? Question that we might not know the answer to, but is still of interest to me. Do we know of would the winter court and the summer court are they actively hostile, or are they just fundamentally opposed forces kind of thing?
The DM is not in a place to answer this question.
Okay.
I don't think that we know, but I feel like we would infer that they are equal but opposite. We know that Clotho and Daltheth got together and it was frowned on, but it wasn't
right
open hostility, right?
Okay. So I'm just thinking if this is something to do with the winter court, would they deck a summer night if they had the opportunity?
Yeah, I don't know.
Only one way to find out.
Yep. Well,
the catchphrase of our party: what could possibly go wrong?
But these golems don't seem to be they seem to be interlopers, right? They don't seem to be part of the court.
Well, they seem to be giant golems made out of cold iron. So
yeah, and we know that iron is bad for the wilds.
So the golem number 3, as Drak gets to the top of the ring, Drak, when you step on that sort of green outermost ring that your token is on right now, there's a little pulse of energy, and the golem turns its huge head towards you, and you get this sense something is looking you from head to toe, although the golem's head does not move. And then the golem turns back to look at the crystal. So it looks at you, and then it turns back to what it was doing.
You said it was just a sense, no visual indicator?
No, nobody else saw anything. Drak, you felt like something washed over you, but there was nothing physical that you could see.
Could we do a monster knowledge check?
Sure. What do you think these guys are? So what type of check do you think your character would make? And I put the monster knowledge check categories in there.
Yeah. Construct, I suppose. Griffle, what do you know about these things?
I just kind of shrug. I'm like, don't look at me.
So, Blackblood ships do have a decent number of constructs on them. Nothing like this, but you might be able to use some of your knowledge previously to be able to, you're not completely unfamiliar with constructs.
What would you like me to roll for this?
So if you're going to do hey, what I know, I just put the monster knowledge check stuff in there. So it would just be me making a dungeoneering check for you. So if she would offer what she knows, then that's what I will do.
Cool.
So you can tell from the way these things move, at least from the one that just moved and went back to what it's doing, these things are probably more akin to guard dogs than they are like servitors. Like you guys just had two decently long conversations with two different constructs. These things don't seem like those. These seem more like specifically programmed to do a specific set of tasks. And you know that if you know what the set of tasks are associated with any of those creatures, they're very easy to handle with and do stuff with because they're extremely predictable. Not knowing what it is sometimes very difficult, but there's no expectation of like malice, right? Like they're not gonna hate, they're not gonna go out of their way to do things. They have very specific triggers, then they'll only respond to those triggers.
Okay. They must obey their programming.
Basically, yeah. These things are more like programmed machines than they are like creatures. Whereas like Hercator and the chain golem were both more sentient.
Okay, yeah.
And I project consciousness closer to the golem than I currently am. Okay. Yeah, like let's go right there.
So the golem does the same thing, kind of swivels its body, and you get that sense of being looked at. And then you get this kind of rumbling, creaking sound that after a minute you recognize as being some kind of speech, and says, "Psionics are not permitted."
I'll wait here then.
Okay.
Doc is
I'll
a
step up.
psionic.
Yes.
I'll address the golem and ask who is permitted.
So it looks towards Drock because Drock is talking, and then it stops and looks at Griffle. And Griffle, you get that same sense of something looking you from head to toe, except after a second, there is this focus, and you see the creature's face mask shift down slightly, and the eyes begin to glow a brilliant green, and you see a beam of light going from the creature to your side where you carry your holy symbol.
Oh no.
Bruh.
Is it good or bad?
You can see the creature is like forming itself up. You're familiar enough with creatures like this to know that it's reacting to a trigger.
Okay.
You should leave.
But does it look like it's becoming hostile is what I want to know.
It looks like it's preparing itself to move.
Okay. I will take a step back. Take a brief step back and see if that settles it down.
The body creaks and cranks, and you see little bits of, when it spins its arm, the pieces of flesh and stuff that have been spiked to it ripple a little bit, and the creature goes, "Outsider presence detected." And the other two golems start to turn and twist and move.
I'm sorry. Okay, what if I back the fuck all the way off?
So the first one doesn't move, the other two start to move forward. Drock, you wanted to do something?
I was going to ask who is permitted.
So the Golem 3 follows Griffle with its eyes and doesn't move. It doesn't move the rest of its body. And then when Griffle gets past where Drock is, it looks towards you. Authorized energies.
Am I authorized?
Contract authorized. The creature kind of nods its head.
Can I authorize my friends here as well?
Did you wake up?
You see the creature kind of look side to side, and that same sense of like looking through your body happens, and then it turns back. Use of psionics is restricted. Presence of needs to be destroyed. You can feel a forbiddance from the creature.
Griffle, what is your holy symbol again?
Saint Titan.
Saint Titan. Yeah. I think he's upset because it's Leviathan associated.
Mm-hmm. Because you worship.
I also carry
Yeah.
a little black box.
Hello, gorgeous. Hello.
He's talking to her holy symbol. So, Drock, it tells you psionics are not authorized, and the presence of blank needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, I'm still confused because I'm psionic as well, so, you know.
But you have a contract.
Yeah.
You also have not used any psionic powers. One used a psionic power.
Oh.
I'll back my little construct up. My conscience.
What are you guys thinking? What should we do?
Well, you're accepted here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Get in there, champ.
And do
So-
what?
Whatever you feel.
Find out what this is.
All right, so I'll move up and I'll just ask, what is this room?
Sorry, one second. My daughter's being very cute, but also very loud. So Hyperion Golem number 1, as it comes forward, will say, binding of the contract, a placement of debt. And then Hyperion Golem number 2 will kind of come from the other side and say, a pact made and held.
A pact with whom?
The Iron Star. Number 3 is the one that says that, and then it looks past you at Griffle.
That's my holy symbol. That's the. I'm not at my computer, but I'm gonna take a couple of steps forward and be like, "Am I authorized?"
I think the answer is no.
So
when it said, Gary, when it said the Iron Star, did it sound like a response or like it was addressing?
It sounded like it was an answer. Like, what was the pact with? The Iron Star. So they continue to thud forward. You can see that the 2 other Hyperion Golems, 1 and 2, both focus that sort of same green energy on Griffle. And you can see the kind of spikes and stuff around them are spreading out like they are preparing to move a little faster. Although right now they're still these kind of big, hulking, slow things. And then you see the Hyperion Golem 3 kind of bend its head down a little bit as it steps forward to be closer to Drock. The contract has no collateral. We have no purpose. A guard with nothing to guard. Commands, Knight.
So, they have nothing to guard right now? It's alright. I'm not sure I understood that. But,
So I'm pretty sure they're about to kill Griffle unless we do something.
Mm-hmm.
I think they want to
Wait.
destroy Griffle's holy symbol, which Griffle could theoretically allow them to destroy.
But wait, so they said their pact was made with the Iron Star, but they also want to destroy Griffle's Iron Star?
This is my confusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you should make a
put its head down next to you and then asks commands Knight.
I don't know, Gary.
Tell them to back off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tell them to chill.
Authorize my friends and grant them safe passage.
So the Hyperion Golem 3 nods. You see a little pulse of something from the third golem, and the two beams of light coming from 1 and 2 on Griffle fade away and disappear. For what purpose?
Sorry, did they say for what purpose?
For what purpose, yes.
Clotho has sent us here to retrieve an item.
The item was collateral. It is gone. It has been taken.
By whom?
Mortal agents. There was... You hear another forbiddance. We were commanded, stand aside. The name was in danger.
Oh, is this... Do you guys think this was, what's his face? The same guy who messed up the vault? The banker's stuff?
Maybe
No.
maybe this is the Winter Vault.
But then why would I be authorized?
Because you're of the court.
Yeah, you're like still in the system.
Would you like to play?
But the summer court? Versus winter?
I think it's like reflections of the same coin.
Mm-hmm. What was the nature of the item, Golem?
The item was collateral for the iron contract. A name freely given.
Oh, this might be the Lekessen's name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you say that?
I'll ask, was this the name Lekessen?
When you say Lekessen's name, the entire area lights up and the temperature rises slightly. The crystal in the middle of the room pulses a few times and then dies down.
Ooh. Say it thrice. Make it nice.
You know what? I will. I'll say Lekessen, Lekessen, Lekessen.
You hear these huge cracks as big chunks of ice start to melt. As you can see off to one side, kind of on the map over here, there are these big cracks in the ice. And you see several more of them form. The outermost ring, the one that basically you guys are on, and the 2 of the 3 Hyperion Golems, starts to crack and fade and fall away as it's being broken apart. The 2 golems step back onto the central platform. So the inner ring does not seem to be destroyed, but the outermost ring has big cracks in it, breaks apart. You see the ice falling through and starting to be destroyed. It's now, instead of being like bone-chillingly cold, it's now just cold in here.
So
What's going on with the crystal in the middle?
It's giving off heat, and it seems to be growing in different places, giving off heat.
How many more forbiddances do we know?
I mean, if he says them within the other rings, do you
Right,
think it would
Clotho?
crack them?
yeah, we could try. I'll step into the inner ring and say Lekessen 3 times as well.
So it doesn't do anything when you say Lakessen again, other than you can still see the big shards of crystal that are growing through the ice seem to be melting all the ice around it.
What if we say Clotho?
Drock's the only one that's up there, unless people are going with him.
Heck no.
I'll go up there with him.
No fear, Griffle.
You're literally so brave.
I'll give it a go. Today's fuck it, let's do it day.
You see the golems like instinctively go to like move. Effectively, you provoke an attack of opportunity from them, and they choose not to take it. But they notice that you were there in order to take said opportunity attack.
Okay, yeah. So they're tense but not aggressive.
Correct.
Cool.
All right, you step up to the middle ring.
Can I try saying Clotho, Clotho, Clotho?
So it's a little hard to see on this map, but I'm going to ask you guys to zoom in a little bit. Can you see that in this inner ring, there are like butterflies and roses?
Yep.
Or flowers built into the ring. So you see those things start to grow. And instead of it being like an ice sculpture, you see butterflies start to fly up from the ice. Roses and flowers and other sorts of things start to grow around. While the ring does mostly get destroyed in the process, it's still something you can stand on. It's transformed rather than destroyed. And you can feel that the two innermost rings grow into these huge thorny things. Drock, that sensation that you got, that smell of like pastries and baked bread and things like that, that gets overwhelmed by the smell of fresh flowers and blooming.
Nice.
So one of the golems looks down at Griffle after she does the repetition. Accorded agent. You can tell it was a question.
Yes.
So the golem nods its head and then looks to the other two golems. Agents carry contraband for research. The other two golems nod to it.
Oh, goodness.
They're trying to logic their way into being cool with us.
Yeah.
I feel like they know that we're helping, so they're trying to be chill.
Yeah.
Within the like bounds of their programming, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So we said Lakessen in both the rings. Nothing happened the second time. We said Clotho. What other things from?
East of Ear. Is that that's not a forbidden, is it? It might be.
I thought that was another name for Lakessen, but we're not sure. We know there's a grandmother, but we don't know her name.
Correct on all accounts.
Was Narsenhar forbidden?
No. There was something special with his name, but it was because his name is like the basis of use of certain things in language. Like decimate, right? It used to be a Roman thing for destroying 1/10 of the legion. It now has a different use in like common use. Mm-hmm. Whereas Narsenhar means extinction event in Elvish.
I'll ask the golems, were any other tools left behind other than the name used as collateral?
The golem nods. The threefold was left. We were not to guard.
Where is the threefold now?
In the threefold vault. Is that our new task?
I don't know what the threefold is or where the vault is, so I don't know how to answer that, guys. I'll just ask. I won't answer right away. I'll just ask, where is the vault?
So the creatures kind of look back and forth. Can take you. Do not know how to explain.
I'll nod and say, please do.
The golem.
You're just gonna abandon this current thing?
Well, I'm thinking it's all connected. I don't know what's going to happen, so we'll see.
The three golems kind of hop down off the central platform and start wading their way through the fast melting ice back to the portal you guys came in on.
You guys okay following them? We can always come back.
Yeah.
Sure. I think we've said that before.
Yeah, nothing ever goes wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So the golems lead the way. They're ponderous. They're huge, but even though they take really big steps, they're still really slow. It does take them a while to move through the water and then make their way into the other area. Is there anything you guys want to do here before we leave and move to the next spot?
We just didn't even say Eastavir, or no?
We didn't try. I think we should do that. And then also we should look at the throne.
So do you want to look at the throne prior to, because the golems are going to leave the room. There was sort of an expectation that you're following them. You can say Eastavir. I will say that doesn't do anything to say Eastavir's name in this room. The question is going to be whether you guys follow the golems.
I think we should. Yeah.
Okay. So they head out. They head back to the last room that you're in. And you can see the magic on the portal that stopped Drock from getting through sort of sizzles and burns across the golems. It doesn't look like they're permitted to go through. Like Drock, when you walk through, it opened for you. When they go through, it's not so much like someone's opening a door as if they're just sort of walking through the door without it being opened. And you can see it sort of burning and singeing things on their body. They just walk through.
Okay.
They head through the other area and then walk out of the thing entirely to get you back to here.
Oh wow, we're leaving this completely. Okay. Interesting.
Face is so creepy.
So the three Hyperion golems kind of thud through very slowly. They step out of the portal and then they look around. And you see they're sort of evaluating their surroundings for a moment. And then they thud back into the area proper. You see a couple of things shift on the walls around them. And the golems sort of nod as they're walking along, and you see mechanisms are reacting to them passing by. They seemed very out of place where you guys were previously. But now when you see them walking through the corridors of the vault, the metal on their body looks like the same metal that the buildings are made out of. The rust and the architecture, the feel of them, they fit in here. Even the fact that the three of them walking across is almost exactly the width of the hallway gives this sense of purpose, like this is what they're supposed to be doing. They look at home here, even with the destruction. They walk down the hall and end in front of a small door. Specifically, this door.
What's it smell like?
That was what? I'm trying to think.
Bouquet
The
of
first one's
flowers.
nothing. Yeah, that one's just flowers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I will check the door. Is it currently open or?
It is not open. It does seem to be it is not open as in the door is just not open, but it doesn't have that same sealed look as the first door does. So there is what looks to be some sort of handle.
All right, I will try the handle.
You try the handle, and you see a bunch of runes appear around the door, and the lights that are in the door itself, these little bluish colored lights, flow down towards the handle, and then you hear this unlocking sound and this like an airlock being opened. The door swivels open, but it's not very big. It's only about as tall as you guys are. The whole door itself is maybe 8 feet tall, nowhere near big enough to allow the golems to get through. And when you open up the door, you see what looks to be sunlight. It's a bright and sunny day. Inside there are, and so this doesn't look like, the teleportation from before. There's no portal, there's no whisper of energy here. It just looks like when you open the door on the other side, there is a beautiful, sunny spring day. There are tons of trees covered with sakura flowers, these brilliant pink and purple flowers that are in full bloom. You can hear water running in a brook. There is this sensation that you feel like there's got to be water moving in a bunch of different places. You think you hear a fountain in the distance. And in front of you, there is a walkway and something that looks like it's well used and worn, but well kept.
Monsters Inc.
Do we sense any illusions?
Yes. I'm pretty certain everything you're looking at is at least partially an illusion.
Yep. Do we have Clotho's eyes to help us see?
No, I've used that power today.
Gary, I see in this image that it looks like the door is not the only, like there's multiple hinges. Does it look like that?
It does look like that. Specifically, there's, I'm not sure the generation got, I think I did do this one correctly. So that you should be able to see, bottom part of the door isn't correct, but ideally there should be 3 inset doors.
Yeah.
One, so there's this door. You sort of see this door here, the sort of middle
Mhm.
door, the one that opened. Then there's another door that's around it, which
Yep.
is this kind of bigger bracket. And then the third door is the entire circle. So there's 3 sets of doors.
And which one did we open?
The center door.
The smallest.
So should we close it and try opening the other 2?
Does it look like there's 3 handles, Gary?
One handle.
Just one handle. Yeah.
I'll ask the golems, what is the point of the 3 inset doors?
The creatures give you a strange look.
So they will be no help. Perfect. I'll ask instead, are we in the right spot?
One second. I'll say Griffle is aware that these things aren't like intelligent. These things are more programmed than anything else. So if you don't ask it sort of the perfect question, it's very unlikely to give you a usable answer.
Yeah, how do we get to the threefold?
The golem taps on the wall next to the door.
Can you give more specific instructions?
The threefold is here. The threefold is contained within. The threefold, our in.
O-U-R, our
Yeah.
in?
Our in.
Is the threefold the door?
A fold of the 3.
Okay. So are we looking at spring? And if we open the other doors, it will be the other 2?
It nods.
What is the mechanism to open the second 2 doors? The second 2 folds?
An accorded agent can open a fold. Anyone that holds the threefold may open any fold.
But if we don't have the threefold, how do we open the fold?
Yeah.
I will close the door and try opening again and see what happens.
The same thing. You get the same image. The brilliant sakura trees, that sense of flowering, of blooming.
And does it seem
But
like
he's connected to spring. Wait,
Yeah.
what happens?
Summer. This seems like
No.
because sakura blooms are in the summer, right?
It's in the late spring.
But you are of Clotho, who is sort of connected to spring. Can you close the door and then I will open it?
Yeah,
Wait.
sure.
Is there a spring court?
No, but Clotho is like spring.
Think of it like early summer.
Yeah,
So-
I'll do that. I'll close the door and you can open it.
The three folds here are winter, spring, and
No, so Summer has a daughter, a mother, and a grandmother. So Clotho is the daughter, Lakessen is the mother, and then the grandmother, we don't know her name.
So, you close the door, and then Filibuster, you go to open it.
Yeah.
So, 1 second. It is going to be different. Props for understanding this, because I didn't actually prep this of it being different because I didn't know if you'd.
I'm a
figure this
smart
out.
cookie.
Yeah.
Where is?
And maybe our agent can open up the third door.
Okay, so shut the door, open the door back, and this time there's no blossoms, but there are these trees everywhere. That sense of water is still there, but it's much more muted. And you get the sense of you see these massive towering oaks and other trees. The trees are all in the same place as they were before, but now they're rather than being in bloom, it's hot and heady. It's a brilliant summer's day. You see pieces of the door when it opened this time. Not only did the inner door open, but the middle door opened as well.
And I'm assuming they still sort of get that sense of illusion.
Yes.
What if Griffle opens the door?
Griffle, do you want to try to open the door?
Yeah, I'll hands down.
So you go try to open the door, click. It doesn't open, doesn't move.
Have I opened it?
Well, you'd be the
You
same as
open?
me.
Summer. Yep.
Yeah.
Summer. Okay. I've been called a knower of threes before, so I don't know. Who knows what anything means.
What if all three of us tried to do it together?
I think we're missing the grandmother piece.
I think we are too. But what if 1 + 2 = 3?
Uh-huh.
I'm down for trying.
Filibuster equals 3.
I would say it's pretty reasonable to take a couple minutes of trying different combinations of the door. And what you'll find out is that if multiple people try to open the door together, it opens into summer. If just Drock opens it, it opens into spring. And it doesn't open for anyone other than the three of you.
Okay.
I'll ask the golems, are there any items of power within, or is the threefold the item itself?
The threefold contains a threefold, which allows access to all of the folds.
So maybe even though it's an illusion, we still should go inside.
Which one do we go in?
Let's start with spring. Work our way up.
Sure.
So is that the idea? Pop into spring?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
So, 1 second. Roll20 does not like what I'm doing here. So yeah, is this going to be like everyone steps through, or is this going to be the kind of one person at a time, almost like scouting, like you did last time? What's the plan for going in here?
Griffle's still in the camp of like, just jump through, just do it. So
I'm good with all going in, or I can lead the charge if it's the spring one, see if anything happens when I go through.
yeah, that might be a good idea actually. I'll bring up the rear.
When you all head in, Drock goes in first. Everyone kind of comes in afterwards. Drock, as soon as you enter into the room, there is this sort of pulling sensation. Like you can feel the door closing behind you as you enter the room. Everyone else kind of has to very quickly pop in. You're not going to be in danger of like someone having the door closed on them, but you're pretty certain that if someone passes through here, you're not able to really keep it open for very long. The door on the inside looks absolutely nothing like the door on the outside. Instead, here it's two wooden old doors, and rather than being in a wall, it looks like it's a small, like a brain's not working,
Cottage.
covered gazebo, like a little. What the hell is it called? In parks, there will be little pavilions. There we go. So there's a covered pavilion that has like little windows along the side that don't show the outside. When you look through one of the windows, you see an interior of a nice little cozy place to rest and read and relax. Around you, there are the sounds of water. There are the sakura trees blowing. But as soon as you enter in, Drock, for a second, the light fades. The area around you becomes filled with darkness all at once. Oh, I did not pull you guys over. Hang on. I suck at that.
Oh.
It's gorgeous.
Oh.
So you step in, and then that after a second, that smell of something rotted starts to flow through. You can hear something is gorging itself in the water behind you on the other side of the pavilion. Down below, you can see over here another of this massive twisted creature is chewing and feasting on the roots of this tree laid across the ground. And then as you guys gather around, so the black box will be your starting box. You see a very humanoid looking creature for being one of the parasites turn towards you. And then you see this little pulse of energy go out from it. When that happens, the world shifts. It changes. For 1 second, you're standing there. It's a bright, sunny day. There's a clear sky. There's everything here. And then you see that creature turn and look at you. And when its back is turned to the pavilion, you see the world flicker away and change. It's night. It's the middle of the deepest, darkest night. There's a bright, full moon overhead. And between two of the parasites, right in front of the fountain, there is a glowing staff floating in the air, exuding incredible power. You can feel it on your skin, a pressure, Drock, and something kind of itches the palm of your hand, wanting to grab the shaft that is floating in the middle of the air in front of a statue of Clotho. The world flickers back. The parasite turns back towards where the wood is, and it's daylight again. The thing is gone. That sensation of wanting to act is gone. And now you see the creatures recognizing you and pulling forward. Fight.
Go fight, win.
So here's a question for you guys. We can try to do like a round or something, or we can kind of end early. The idea was that this is probably going to be the story point to the sort of story beat to end on would be here. But I want to leave it to the group what you guys feel like.
I'm good for either. Doesn't really matter.
Same. I think I don't know, might be good to just start fresh next time, but I'm okay with either.
I think it's awkward to start combat in the middle.
Yeah.
Personally.
I agree with that.
And knowing us, we won't even get through the whole round. So.
No,
Yeah, that's
we'd be stopping like mid round.
2 hours in, we'll be like, all right, round 1 done.
All right.
Although
so,
my puppy is about to fall asleep again.
So whenever I'll leave you guys on the map. Whenever we get started, you can start here again, and then we'll be able to get going.
I feel like I've led people into a lot of fights this round.
So
Gary
Drock
conveniently made the door not big enough for the golems to come through.
Right.
By the way.
So when you feel that itching, when you feel like your hand wants to be touching something, you get the sensation like the whole room's energy is coming towards you, Drock. Now, a question for you is whether you want me to show you what's in this room, because you're going to get a sense that there's some sort of power here, but you probably won't get the full sense of it until you feel it next time. I think probably best to leave it for next time, but you won't be able to like adjust if you want to use this thing for like your macros or stuff like that. So kind of leave it up to you. What would you prefer?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if it's going to be important and there's going to be macros, or if it's easy enough to just deal with it without macros, then we'll leave it.
It's probably easy enough to deal with it without macros. It's just, yeah.
I mean, not like my rolls matter. It's everything rolled is going to fail anyway, so, whatever.
How do you know Gary's
Well,
not
not with
giving
that
you a thing to give you
attitude. Jeez.
plus 5 to your rolls?
Or a reroll.
Okay, even with a plus
Reroll,
5 to
reroll.
my rolls, it wouldn't help that much.
That's defeatist talk right there. You roll bad because you think you're gonna roll bad.
It's
Gary, how would you have felt if we
realistic.
went to the summer area?
Huh?
I said, how would you have felt if we went to the summer area?
I would have had to take a short break to get the summer map out, but
And put all the monsters on it instead.
no, I mean the way the maps
And
work,
then-
it would be easy just to put it over top of this and then throw it to the back. I didn't expect you guys to go to the summer one, but it wouldn't have been crazy hard to get you into the summer one.
Is it?
Oh no, but you'll have had to come up with all the fucky wucky and encounter mechanics that are specifically designed to fuck us over.
Fucky wucky.
That's the second time now that we've seen a dude who's just like, yeah, I'm gonna put a portal next to you and then I'm gonna hit you through the portal.
I tried so hard to get to him so I could start using Lightning Rush, and the moment I'm with him, he just blips me away.
Yeah. Melee characters, am I right? Feels
Oh.
bad.
Yeah. I never play melee, ever, in any game because of this crap.
Yeah.
That and these creatures are starting to get 2 turns per round.
Right? Gary, when do we get our second turn per round?
Yeah, when do we become solos, Gary?
Yeah, when you turn into an NPC and the group fights you.
Oh my gosh.
And
Well,
when's
arguably,
that?
was
Drock's
going
already
on.
an NPC.
It's gonna
I wonder
happen.
which of us that would be. Miss Dark Iron Star Carrier.
Okay, so what is this Iron Star? When did
I
that?
feel like of all of us, I actually have the purest heart because I'm all about freedom and exploration and loyalty and honor, and you guys
so
are
you
all
play
yeah.
Red in Magic the Gathering.
Let's happen to worship the adversary.
I don't
Who?
worship the adversary. I have a healthy fear and respect of the adversary.
Although the adversary's stated goal was to essentially get rid of all of the things that order and constrain our reality.
Mm-hmm.
To me, there's no conflict between what I'm doing to aid Summer and my. It's not even faith, just my belief that you gotta when you are powerless, you got to appease.
It is interesting how the way that you act breaks up a lot of expectations of some of the creatures that encounter you, because everyone has like people in the world that see someone that has the mark of Saint Typhon and Leviathan. It's just like, yeah, okay, that's a person, whatever. It's only when you guys get in touch with these sort of like supernatural entities that are just like, no.
Good boy. Oh my goodness.
So real quick, can we try to do next few sessions, like what we're going to be doing next time?
Oh yes.
What do people have going on for February? Since we got time in the session.
I cannot do the 11th.